And doot. Ink, would you do the honors of pinging the gremlins, please?
Ah, yes, of course, of course.
I'm so incredibly excited to have the chance for Nikki Huchu to call me cute again. 2 years in a row, let's go.
Yes, yes, yes.
If my application gets that far, which I don't know if it will, but I really want just 2 years in a row of the same clip.
I believe that this dream is possible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your support means the world to me.
I was gonna try and respond with a witty comeback, but none came, so just pretend there was one here.
You called for help, but nobody came.
Yeah.
Hey, Izumi! How's it going?
Walking around the February tree. There are no holidays.
But there are. There are holidays.
I'm sorry, but that's just false. We all know this. Not in February.
What about Groundhog Day?
Oh, you're right, you're right. Fine, okay. Blocking around the February tree, there is one holiday.
Have a happy Groundhog Day. 6 more weeks of winter. We just got the worst snowstorm of the year. Hold on, wait, did the groundhog see its shadow? I must know. Also, hi, Salem. How you doing?
Salemine.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. He did see the shadow. Wait, okay. So one of the... But then there's... Georgia's groundhog specifically didn't?
Georgia,
Okay.
I'm not surprised.
Groundhog saw his shadow. That means 6 more weeks of winter, which would explain why, again, my area got the worst snow we have had all year. Now.
Yeah.
When nobody even cares. It's like, it's too late in the winter for snow. We're ready to be done, but like stuff closed down for 3 days straight. Everything. And around here, we are used to plowing stuff. We are used to snow. But we got like 3 inches of ice or something. It was a lot.
Oh.
I haven't gone outside in like 4 days.
That's rookie numbers. I would like to formally apologize once again.
What are you apologizing for this time?
Unclear. Get back to me in 3 to 5 business days.
Instructions unclear. Ended up in washing machine.
Yes. That happens surprisingly frequently, you know.
Trying to think what I've been up to. Well, you know, mildly snowed in. Honestly, not much. Darning. Making counterfeit conversation hearts so I can write memes on them.
Yes.
Meep.
This
I
is
honestly
delightful.
really love them, even though I can't write things on them yet. They're just... I worked really hard to get the colors right, and they're very tiny and very pleasing to the eye.
Yes, yes.
And I wish to make many more of them. Yeah. I don't need these. Why am I making more of them? Hello, Hufflepuff _ Ian. Salem, which one? The ref one you posted recently or a different one? Yeah, it's very good.
Oh, I also saw it. It is very good. I like it a lot, and I really like the design for the brass knuckles there.
I want hot pink brass knuckles with rabbits on them.
Yeah, it's so good. I love that. 10 out of 10. Would purchase.
11 out of 10.
Yeah, yes.
Would purchase and get put on a government watch list.
I don't think you get put on a government watch list for just purchasing brass knuckles.
Well, yeah, that's because I'm already on one, obviously.
Yeah. You know, such is the life of the Twitch streamer. That probably sounded much worse than I intended it, but
But are you wrong, though? Okay, let's play Minecraft or something, question mark.
Lock.
Minecraft should be smaller than it is. Fit to screen. There we go.
Yay!
I am so good at OBS.
You are.
So incredibly good.
You are so clever and wise.
So cool and radical.
Indeed.
I still have to darn the other side of those pants. I don't want to darn the other side of those pants.
I can't do darning because the funky brain space worms have decided that is the worst thing I could ever possibly do. I hate it.
But it's
horrible.
But it's making a little line.
It's boring. I cannot do it. It's so boring.
But you're making new fabric. It's so cool.
No, it is very cool. It's very useful. It's very helpful, and all of those words. However, it also takes forever to get pretty much nothing done. And like even people who are really good at it, it takes forever because you're reweaving the cloth and attempting not to damage the cloth that already exists. And
I
also
mean, yes.
You're color matching.
But I did have something to do through like 4 hours straight of video essays about Raya and the Last Dragon last night, so...
Yes, did you watch the thing with the stuff?
Yes.
And
the thing and the stuff.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Excellent information.
Yes.
For those of you who don't know, Raya and the Last Dragon is my arch nemesis. I hate it. I despise Raya and the Last Dragon. It's the worst. I hate it so much.
Meh.
It does all of the things that make it bad. I don't know how to articulate this right now, but basically, the plot is not good. A lot of the characters are cardboard cutouts of characters, and they are there to give the illusion of the message of the story, which the movie literally goes out of its way to disprove in universe multiple times. Like constantly, like all the time.
Okay, so
And-
I read.
Oh, keep going.
I read a lot of books to children at work on a daily basis, and a lot of them are just really pathetic when it comes to the actual moral or takeaway. And Raya still managed to be impressively pathetic when it came to the moral or takeaway. Like, I have read a book where the takeaway is say please or thank you or your parents will sell you to get eaten by a giant eagle. Legitimately. The girl went to a pet store and she asked for a pet, but she didn't say please, so then an eagle came and fed her to its babies.
What?
We just had that book.
Hey. That's not a good moral. I'm gonna be honest. That's kind of the worst. Well, not the worst moral, because Raya has a worse moral. Frickin' Raya.
And have you heard me talk about that one Disney princess book at the church nursery?
I think so. Was it the one that you had to read over and over and over again, and it had no actual like redeeming qualities?
Well, there are many books like that. You might be thinking of All Around Chuggington, which I rant about frequently. But so to set the scene, this is in a church nursery where we do childcare during church service for the young children of the church people. And nearly every single book we have on that shelf is a Bible story or a VeggieTales adaptation, something incredibly carefully curated to be the most wholesome ever. I think we have one, like, we have The Very Hungry Caterpillar, and that's about it as far as anything besides Bible stories. And then there's the Disney Princess book. It has a page devoted to each princess.
It's that one.
It says the most inane, useless things about every single one of those princesses. Like, I did not need to hear Princess Jasmine Sparkles. What is the point of anything?
Yeah.
Why are we teaching these children that the best thing that these princesses can accomplish is being sparkly, shining, being beautiful, being dazzling, being stunning, and lighting up the room? I quote, lighting up the room. And that, of all things, is what ends up in the church nursery, and it ends up as everyone's favorite book. Because it looks pretty on the outside, and it's drivel, and I hate it.
Yeah. It also, like, if you're gonna make a book where it's one sentence that describes a Disney copyrighted princess character, why on earth would you have the descriptions not be important parts of the narrative?
Because the only important part of their narrative is that they're conventionally attractive, Ink.
Oh, you're how silly of me. Like, really, okay, but the thing is, if you have the thing like, oh, princess, this person is hardworking, at the very least, you're reminding the kids more of the plot of the movie, which means they're more likely to want to watch it, which means Disney gets more ad revenue or sales or whatever garbage. Make the book good at marketing if you're gonna make it bad. Jeez.
Hello, Rainy. How's it going?
Alright.
And the sad thing is, it makes me appreciate the princess book we have at other work, which is, it takes something special to be a princess. A heart full of love is the thing to possess. Now I'll tell you 3 tales of princesses fair, each of their stories told with great care. Dear Cinderella, patient and sweet, and gracious to everyone that she meets, the prince wonders who owns the glass shoe. It's Cinderella, his princess in blue. Her dress wasn't blue, it was white.
Thank you. Okay, here's the thing. Okay. Okay. In the 1950 Cinderella movie, the dress is white. It is actually paler than Prince Charming's or whatever. He doesn't actually canonically have a name, but whatever the prince, it's actually paler than his thing. Just looking at it, because hers has a blue tint to make the white appear more genuine, because when we see like hints of blue in a white surface, even if true white is actually paler, white with a hint of blue looks paler and it looks more pure white because the human brain is funky and buggy and strange. But anyway, his is tinted yellow to match with the gold and red in his outfit. Hers is tinted slightly blue, but the reason everyone thinks it's blue is because of the almost 70, almost 80 years of marketing that Disney's done around this, and not 80, maybe no 70, sorry, but it's all the marketing Disney's done for some reason changing it to blue, but it's also because the vast majority of the time in the movie, she's in shadowed areas, and the best way to communicate, like she's in she's outside at night, where she is in her carriage, and her carriage doesn't have lights inside because it just doesn't have electric lights. Funny that, but because of that, they darken the tone, but just making it dark gray would make it look not as bright, and the sparkles would look kind of redundant, like it would look wrong. So they tinted it blue in the darkness to make it look darker without inherently changing its value. But because people go in remembering or thinking that the dress is blue, when they see it in those shadowy areas, their brain is like, ah, yes, the dress is blue. So even when she's standing next to the prince and his outfit is arguably more blue than hers, because it's nighttime and shadow colors are blue, because even though his stuff is more bluish than hers is in those areas, we don't see that because of the stupid freaking marketing, because the human brain is buggy and laggy. Anyway, we can continue. Sorry.
Have I told you recently that I love you?
Yes, but I appreciate it. Okay. Sorry for going on that rant.
Don't ever apologize for greatness.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so what were we talking about? I'm sorry. Children's books and oh. Is all well?
Always. I am glad you have made friends on a game called Ponytown Salem. Tell him to subscribe to Catty Cat! Is pulled off the stage violently.
What's with the shepherd's crook thing, by the way, with like pulling people off the stage with the...
I mean, it's from vaudeville routines.
Yeah, but like, what? Why?
Because...
Like, I understand the shape.
Funny.
Like but...
Hi, Sylvie! Hello! Welcome! It's
Hi,
been a while, how are
Sylvie.
you? Okay,
Are you
so
well? Have you been eating?
1, 2, 3...
What?
Why are you like this?
Because I I can
1,
be.
2, 3, 4. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yay, counting.
Yay, math.
Woo!
We did it against all odds. How is
We
it
are
night
so
again already?
Have settings does been changed?
Yeah, that is definitely how it works.
Yes, for sure. Gonna be real with you right now. My human brain is being kind of laggy, so it's all
Well,
good.
if I'm gonna be real, Those aren't even the words. Please don't cancel me on Twitter.
You've already been canceled on Twitter, haven't you? Like not like in the within the universe.
Within the
the
elaborate
lore.
narrative we've constructed.
Yes. How many times? I think I canceled you on Twitter once or twice with the within
Probably.
the narrative.
I mean, are we including the pre-canon events of the pomegranate white tea saga?
Oh, true.
Ink, we have so much lore, it's honestly slightly concerning.
I am so glad that we have this much lore because we can just say the pomegranate white tea saga and nobody knows what that means, but we do.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We are gonna call that math and we're just never going to count it again.
Ooh. Ban counting from your local school districts.
Yeah.
You know, some days I can't tell if I'm like shaky or if my computer is lagging out when I draw.
I mean, you're always shaky. So.
Yes, I live in a perpetual state of vibration, but at the same time, it's rather confusing because if I'm shaky, then that's something I can't really change or do anything about. But if the computer is being buggy, then that's something that I need to know. But I can't because of the flesh prison being buggy.
Oh yeah, on the note of banning math in schools.
Oh,
You know,
no.
teaching math to children can have dangerous side effects, such as them being able to understand how much money their politicians pay themselves.
Yeah, like, did you know that most US politicians have six-figure salaries? And they pretty much do nothing with it? They just have them? This is not including, by the way, this is not including donations or fundraisers or whatever other businesses they have running in the background while they do politician stuff. This is exclusively money that they earn legally.
Hashtag just politician things.
Yep. Totally not being used for slush funds. That would be ridiculous. Absurd, even.
Okay, so if I want to make a hexagonal dome shape, how does one...
Hexagonal dome. So, like, just a circle but with more sides? Because circle only has one side.
But circle has infinite sides also.
Yes.
Circle but with specific number of side.
Yes. Well, isn't that just how circles work in Minecraft?
No math.
No math, but isn't
Did I ever-
that...
Shh, no math. Did I ever tell you about that one time I had like a mental breakdown because I was building stuff in Minecraft and I realized that the number of pixels up a block or up a square and the number of pixels across a block or square. I tried to build a square, and then I tried to measure the diagonal. And I was getting caught up somewhere in the diagonal is longer than the sides of the square, but the diagonal has the same number of blocks. This is illegal.
But it's square, so diagonal even, right?
Well, yes, but the thing is, it's okay, so this block is 16 pixels long, 16 pixels wide, and 16 pixels along the diagonal.
Yes.
But the area of it is 256 pixels, and if we, okay, this is a right triangle, so 16, 16, squared plus b squared, so that's 256 plus 256, which is 512. What's the square root of 512?
Yeah. Ask
22.627. So you see, if we cut this square into two triangles, the diagonal side is longer than the outside sides, but they're all 16 pixels. And I had an utter breakdown over that while my mother tried to explain math to me. My mother has never successfully explained math to me. We do not learn math the same way. It led to a lot of tears during my schooling. Anyway, finally we got to the point where I accepted that all of these 16 pixels that make up the block are also squares whose diagonals are also longer than their sides. And it's just kind of an infinite spiral. But man, was I upset for a while.
Math, am I right, chat? Can we get an F in the chat because math exists?
Because that's my grade. Just kidding. I had gifted kid burnout and felt the pressure to always get straight A's.
Hey!
Hey!
I have the benefit of fun and wacky PTSD, which keeps me from working, so I had my super fun and funky fresh gifted kid burnout all at once, and suddenly I realized that I could do nothing, and I had several panic attacks. Whoa.
Panic attacks are cheaper by the dozen.
This is technically true, but also it was not fun, and it still isn't fun because I'm dealing with the repercussions of that fun event to this very day.
Hooray!
Ooh.
Extended repercussions of trauma!
Woo. The PTSD
Turns out
thing's
it
gonna go
doesn't
away.
just go away. But it is possible to get better. If you or a loved one is suffering from...
Have you tried the product known as therapy? For only insert amount of money it takes to go to a therapist in your country, here, for only that dollars, insert amount of time here, you too can understand how and why things happen, why your brain is funky, and how to deal with that.
Disclaimer, this will only happen if you get a good therapist.
Yeah, and also
Side effects
if
of
you
a bad
yourself are-
therapist may include gaslighting, manipulation, more panic, worsening of problems, invalidation.
and other symptoms.
If these symptoms occur, stop use of your therapist immediately.
If these symptoms persist, get a different therapist. Get a new one.
Yeet the old one.
Yeah.
Yes, you will have to do medical paperwork again. And I'm so sorry.
You might have to do more medical paperwork, but at the very least, Other symptoms will be ever so slightly lessened by reduced proximity. Or increased. Wait.
I spent all of today doing medical paperwork. It was awful.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But paperwork just in general sucks, but it also really sucks when it's like directly connected to like your mental and physical well-being.
Especially when it's super invasive and half of the questions are things you don't know the answer to.
Yay!
They wanted my entire medication history. You think I remember that? You fools!
What?
You clowns! I don't remember what I did last week.
I don't remember when the last time I refilled my water bottle was. It's still full, don't worry. But like, you're expecting me to remember what medications I took, when, and for how long, and
They wanted how many months I was on them, and how the doses in milligrams, and then it wanted my entire medical family history.
Sir/gender neutral. What are you doing?
I don't know. But I really hate paperwork, and they keep sending me more of it.
Ew.
Days and days of paperwork.
Can we get it's not a patron. It's not Patreon.
A pity sub?
I mean, sure, but
Can we get some pity subs in the chat for the fact that I am in a financial position at which I can get treatment for things? Wow, my life is so hard.
well, it can still be difficult even if you have benefits. It's not inherently dependent on oh boy, there goes the brain.
I know what you're trying to say, and you're correct.
Thank you. What?
Yes, Sylvie, rainbow jacket. The sleeves are way too long. It's honestly kind of impressive. That's what I get for ordering apparel designed by a 6'6" teenage boy. They're so long.
On the bright side, long flappy sleeve.
True, very true.
Yes,
This is not inherently a complaint, but just the rest of the jacket fits fine, but the difference in arm length proportions. Okay, so it's the one layer and then up one, up two, up one, up one, up one, over two.
First.
Up one, up two, up one, up one, up one, over two.
Woo!
Well, heck. This is why I hate building domes. Actually, that's a lie. I really like building domes. This is why it is tedious to build domes.
Yeah, it's, self-awareness references, I guess.
One of my favorite builds that I ever did on my IRL friend Minecraft server thing back when I had free time and spoons to play on it, was like, okay, so it was for the nether portal to my base. And it was like, it was just a circular glass cylinder topped by a glass dome with some kind of stained glass-ish abstract patterns in purple and blue glass. And if you walked inside, it felt like you were standing in an actual cathedral.
Ooh.
It was glorious. Sometimes I would log onto that server just to sit there until I was calmer.
Yay!
Like, no shaders, no nothing. It just felt like somewhere, you know, super sunny and airy where you can breathe.
That's so cool.
It is.
I have, I'm on like 2 or 3 servers, and I can only ever like put mental energy into being on, like, active on one of them at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Because, first of all, funky brainworms and the spoon drawer is empty of utensils, but also, like, I have the project mindset, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm not in the project mindset for the right project, I can't do anything, and I feel useless being there. Which further drains the utensil drawer. So I can't do it. And like it's like not like actively harmful or anything to log onto those servers. I just can't do anything there. Like, the brain power will not come, so I just kind of float around for like 20 minutes, maybe a half hour, and then it just...
I am so good at flying. Because the thing is, in order to do a Minecraft project for me, I have to be hyper-focused on it. Like, it has to be the only thing I think about for...
Yeah.
I mean, I've gotten better at this, with streaming this world, but for a while, if I was going to do anything, I had to do it all in one go for like 12 hours straight. Or every day, all day, as soon as I finished my other responsibilities, etc., etc. Like, that was just the thing that I had to do, and it had to be finished, or else I would lose interest immediately and never finish it.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to do that on more than one place at once.
Yeah, mostly because, like, I do not control the rate at which hyperfixations appear. They just show up, and I'm like, oh, I didn't realize I had the brain space for this. And then I look around, and I'm like, oh, I don't. And it's just hi. It's just like, hi, I'm here anyway. And I'm like, cool. But, like, it's... If I have, like, more than one project on a single server or world, I can do that. I can deal with that. But if I have more than one project on more than one world in the block game, sorry, one of those is going to get neglected for the rest of time.
Uh-huh.
I would say I don't make the rules, because that'd be true, because the funky brainworms do.
Yep, you timeshare the space in your brain with the funky brainworms.
Yeah, every now and then they accidentally...
You get a little bit tired.
Yep. Every now and then they relinquish control for a bit by, like, accident. I'm like, yes, and I do things. But that's not very often, if I'm gonna be real.
We are so very good at metaphors for mental illness. Absolutely incredible.
We are so very clever. So cool. So...
I am so cool and so good at parkour.
You are. You never get lost either.
Never. I have never once gotten lost. You know, along the list of things that, you know, newbies don't know about anymore is the sheer frequency with which I got lost towards the beginning
Yeah.
Like,
or Jared.
Nobody, only the real ones remember Jared.
The fake ones can't because they are not real.
Although if you're an actual person watching the stream and you can't remember Jared, I promise you are actually real.
Yeah, slash depersonalization warning, I guess.
It makes me sad because, like, I want Jared to be part of my lore. I want that to be one of the things that is associated with me as a streamer. But, like, Jared had his time in relevancy, and his relevancy is over. So, like, nobody's going to... That's not going to be attached to me long term.
Yeah. I really want Home to be a permanent part of the lore. But, like, it's been so long since Home has been, like, relevant. Either with...
Poor Home.
Poor Home. But, like, it's been so long since Home and the Home Collective has been, like, relevant to the lore.
Because the cats haven't been lore relevant for ages. Like, think how many people haven't even seen Hecate and Gargoyle, or don't even know how they came to be.
Exactly, like...
My Minecraft world is just a children's show full of wacky
You, having a moment there of sudden realization?
I'm having a moment of sudden pillagers.
Oh, okay.
Remember, kids, when something happens that you don't like, just fly away from your problems until it despawns.
Slash hyperbolic.
Mad libs, but you fill in tone indicators.
Yes. Yeah.
You know what? Yeah. Well, let me finish this arc of the dome and then we can go see the cats.
Yay. Cats.
When I'm rich and famous, I'll just do cat tours as, like, sub-goals. Because there are a lot of cats. And I want to build them better places to be. Like, I want to build Hecate an entire nether palace. It would be so cool. I can see it in my mind's eye. But there are so many other things to do first.
Yeah.
I mean, think how many people don't even know the Fox Saga.
Oh. I changed my profile picture to a fox for several months there because of the Fox Saga.
Yes. The fact that she kept on holding the block of sand. The fact that I was within sight of my house with that one Arctic fox. The polar bear. It was dramatic irony. My hubris.
It was almost like it was, like, planned because it was so perfect, but it wasn't.
Like the Dream SMP. Add me to the Dream SMP for Fox Lore 2K22 and watch as I never actually do anything because I don't have the executive function to be on another server. Don't quote me on that.
Honestly, that's my biggest problem with, like, just things in general, because I'll be like, yes, I would love to do this thing with people. I would love to be on your server with lore and stuff. That sounds fantastic. And then I can't. And I forget that I can't. Or I'm like, oh, it's fine. I'm sure it'll be okay this time. And it never is. Because that's the thing about executive function. I do not control it.
You do not control the rate at which the executive function.
Exactly.
Mr. Dream was taken. If you're hearing this, I can definitely be a productive member of Dream SMP. Totally. There would be no problems whatsoever.
Yeah.
Honestly, half of the reason that the Dream SMP lore is kind of dead right now is because half of the Dream SMP creators also have executive function issues.
Yeah. I mean, I say that like I know things I don't, but yeah.
I just...
going.
So many Minecraft YouTubers are... They at least have extremely neurodivergent vibes. Not all of them are public about diagnoses and stuff, but good golly, I grew up with half these kids.
Yeah. And like on the one hand, it is so incredibly cool that more like people and content creators in general are just like, yeah, I am incredibly neurodivergent. Haha, this is fine. But like genuinely it's fine, and it's a lot more normalized now. And it's cool because for a very long time it was pretty much impossible to earn any money or be successful at all unless you had a lot of treatment for the funky brainworms. But now more than ever you can just kind of do things, and there's still definitely disadvantages and whatnot because of the funky brainworms, but now more than ever, being a content creator and being able to make money creatively is accessible to people just in general. It's very cool.
It's legitimately just, here, make a platform out of your hyperfixation. Go off.
I know, right? It's
Salem, what I typed was, wait, Tommy's getting glasses? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Is he just going to get Wilbur's? Because I could see him just getting a pair identical to Wilbur's. That is something he would do. Also, Slash Parasocial, can Tommy please move out of his apartment?
May I ask why, as someone who knows none of these things?
Okay, Ink, let me tell you. So, a couple weeks ago, Tommy Innit, a famous British 17-year-old haver of wives, decided to move out from his parents' house and live on his own in an apartment. Not sure why 17 was the time this had to happen, but apparently he couldn't wait till he turned 18 in April. So,
okay.
So he rented an interim apartment while he figured out office space and stuff. And he did not tour the interim apartment or have anyone else tour the interim apartment. The day he got to the apartment to drop his stuff off, the landlord / other authority person wearing a gas mask informed him that there was a CO2 problem in the apartment and he could not stay there.
Oh.
Hello, Gargoyle. Hello, Gargoyle.
Kitty.
Hello, momentarily. Hi, Nix.
Ooh, babies.
All right, everyone good in here? Do you want me to hang out with the cats? Well, one cat. Do you want me to hang out with the creeper crew a little bit longer? I will kiss your little head. Oh, let me blow my nose. Okay, so anyway, he had dropped off all of his belongings at the apartment and then could not get back in to access them because he wasn't allowed in the apartment because there was a carbon monoxide leak. So Tommy Innit, 17, cannot legally rent a hotel room by himself.
Oh.
And he also can't buy razors, tangentially. And he had to have Wilbur get some for him. But anyway, Tommy Innit, 17, crashes on the floor of Wilbur's apartment for one night, complains that Wilbur keeps the temperature too low and there are no blankets, decides to go camp out at a local library instead, streams from the local library, doxes his location to 70k people. Wilbur, I guess, starts watching his stream, sees that he has doxed his location to 70k people, goes to the library to pick up his younger brother. Because again, Tommy Innit 17 was like, hey, I'm right here, that's crazy. In a public space. In a specific public space. So then, you know, he gets dragged back from the library, and, you know, as the stream is ending, he's trying to figure out if any shops in the UK are open and selling blankets still. And then he sleeps on Wilbur's floor for 5 nights. At least by Tommy's estimation, it was Wilbur's floor with absolutely nothing to his name but a terrible blanket that he had bought and his coat. By Wilbur's report, Wilbur gave him pillows and stuff, but... unreliable narrators. So then, Tommy does a stream from his apartment. His interim apartment. In the hour and a half or so stream, it turned out that the mirror that was hanging on his wall was to cover a hole in the wall.
Was what now?
There was a mirror hanging on the apartment wall when they got there. They took the mirror off to inspect, to like look at it. And it was there because it was covering a hole in the wall, just an actual hole.
Okay.
And then he also, at least one of the corners of his tiny apartment and the ceiling are noticeably damp, moist, and cave inward when you apply pressure, meaning that he almost certainly has mold issues. I think, is it the laundry room or something that just straight up has a sign that says asbestos warning?
What?
Tommy Innit 17 is instructed by his landlord to keep a red rotary phone constantly plugged in because that is how his landlord will contact him. Tommy Innit has to acquire an adapter for the red rotary phone. Tommy cannot make noise after 8 p.m. Tommy is a streamer. Tommy tries to stream from his apartment once and gets noise complaint after noise complaint. Apparently, according to outside perspectives, Tubbo and James Marriott, the entire area around the apartment is grimy and messy and filled with stuff and looks like it should be forsaken. And his landlord... Now, his landlord, I get the impression that English is not his landlord's first language. But also his landlord is objectively just kind of weird. Like yandere weird, question mark? It seems that it's hard for Tommy to tell what he's saying at any point ever. And Tommy tried to explain to him that he was a content creator, and kind of needed to be loud in the evenings. And he said something along the lines of, I get you gift for streaming. And did not further the discussion nor answer any more of Tommy's questions. There is a shrine to Marmite in the kitchen because the landlord asked him if he liked Marmite before he moved in, and he said, yeah, I guess. So now the only clean, non-grungy part of the apartment is a bit of kitchen counter where there is a shrine to Marmite. A pristine shrine to Marmite. Tommy in at 16 is being told, 17, is being told to move out by literally every single adult in his life. Tommy in at 17 is not a quitter.
There's a difference between quitting and seeing the red flag and saying, yes, that is in fact green.
There was some sort of issue with him not being able to turn the oven off for like 3 hours, but I didn't catch all of that. The electricity is unreliable. He cannot access his cabinets. And there's just a loose plank off of the bed frame he was tossing around. There's a massive cardboard box that only contains 1 packet of mints. And there are fake flowers that somehow look like they're dying even though they're fake flowers. His landlord gets incredibly close to his face when talking to him. His landlord makes vague, ominous comments and does not elaborate. Tommy is always careful to reiterate that he does not get threatening vibes from this landlord, just really weird vibes.
As someone who does not know Tommy in 17, move out. Okay, I've lived in my fair share of sketchy apartments. I have looked around in my fair share of sketchy apartments. This place, in the last 5 minutes of very brief descriptions from this is third-hand description, has single-handedly almost surpassed just about every single sketchy apartment I have ever seen in my entire life. Barring 2, but we don't need to talk about those.
But, continuing, Wilbur has to take him to get a haircut. Because, older brother duties.
Yeah.
Again, I must reiterate, he cannot legally rent anything because he's not 18 yet. Well, I guess he figured out how to rent the apartment, but he can't get a hotel room, he can't get a rental car or anything like that, and he can't buy razors. So then, the day after that, 2 days ago, I think, Tommy in at 17 does a stream from his apartment that is him playing a jump scare game, and the gimmick is if he makes noise, he gets kicked out. You know, obviously a joke. But then every single time he reacts to a jump scare, that red rotary phone starts ringing. And it goes, bring, bring. And Tommy picks it up and he goes, oh, yeah, no, sorry. I was just, no, I'm not having a party. I was just, yeah, I got a little bit surprised. I'll try to keep it down. I don't have any friends over. No, it's just me. It is possible that this could have been a bit. I'm honestly not sure if it was or not.
Terrifying.
So Tommy in at 17 refuses to go back to sleeping on people's couches. So he's continuing to stay in his horrifying apartment with asbestos and carbon monoxide and mold issues that he says give it character.
There's a difference between character and villainy. This is the final boss of bad apartment building.
His lease is for 6 months. Or at least it seems that he is planning to stay there for 6 months.
Do not do that. Please.
Additional fun notes. Let's see. So he brought all his stuff up to the apartment and then got told, no, you can't be in here because there's carbon monoxide issues. And then he wasn't allowed to, like, take all of his stuff back out, or he didn't have the chance to get it. Landlord was like, yeah, you can get in any time to get at your stuff. You know, just give me a call. And then the landlord was like, but I only answer my phone on, like, alternate Tuesdays. Which is why Tommy had to stream from a library PC. He didn't even have access to, like, changes of clothes.
Oh boy.
Why is it a red rotary phone? Everything about Tommy's life right now feels like it was written by a creepypasta fanfic author.
This sounds like a bad horror movie.
Exactly! Like, everyone, like, he's invited people to stay over and stream with him, and everyone refuses to sleep in the house because they are afraid to die.
Don't blame yourself.
And I'm slightly concerned that I am going to wake up to news on Twitter that Tommy Knit has been stabbed by his landlord.
Yeah.
It is honestly impressive how little he has it together right now.
It is incredibly impressive how many red flags there are and how many of them he is ignoring.
He seems genuinely afraid of making too much noise. Like this is not an, oh, haha, they'll kick me out. This is a, I fear for my life, stop screaming. So if you ever think you're not doing well at adulting, remember, he didn't know what asbestos was. And he thinks, and he's not going to turn 18 until, I must remind you, April.
This is one of the worst situations. Like, just not in general, because there are much worse situations. However, this is one of the first person having a first-time home apartment or home owning experience situations that I have heard in a very long time.
He is objectively worse in every conceivable way than he was at home. On one of these streams, his mother texted him to be like, good luck there, buddy. I think she specifically gave him advice about how to keep the oven from turning on and burning down the place.
Yeah, no kidding.
And something, yeah,
You're not a quitter if you follow the best possible course of action to ensure your own safety. Because there's a difference between quitting something because, oh, it's too hard, and stopping something because it has genuinely become a danger to you. It is no longer safe. It is worrisome. It is troublesome. I'm not even talking about like landlords or anything. I'm talking about specifically the apartment. Mold is no joke. Asbestos
It is not.
is no joke.
I mean, I think people usually don't understand mold as much, but, it is no joke. Mold will mess you up.
Mold has and continues to mess me up to this day, and is part of the reason why my flesh prison is the way it is right now, okay? Mold can and will harm you potentially permanently. Do not, under any circumstance,
Meep.
follow the
Go
example
away.
of famed Tommy in it. Do not.
Do not. Dang it. Shush. No Skype ringtone. Leave me alone, Skype ringtone. Go
Please, Skype
away.
Can you give Kat her space? Really, we talked about this.
I cannot get it to leave me alone on this device. My life is suffering.
Should we call a restraining order, or do you want to hold off on that for a little while? Because honestly,
Can we
Skype
switch
ringtone
to
has
the threats first?
All right, that sounds good.
How did I even get on the Tommy Innit story? What were we talking about?
I think Salem said something in chat.
Oh yeah, glasses. So now Tommy Innit 17 is apparently also getting glasses on top of living in a death trap. Good for him. Love that for him.
On the one hand, I'm very glad he's got the vision thing sorted out, because it's very important. Like, good for him. But on the other hand, sir, of all the
Sir.
things that you could possibly be fixing right now,
Carbon monoxide, mold, and asbestos, and a hole in the wall. If you're going to move out of your childhood home to be more independent, please consider not doing it like that.
yeah. That is so stressful. My goodness.
It just
It
good
somehow
glory.
it somehow continues to get worse. I don't understand that though. Like, the horror movie spooky rotary phone red telephone thing. How does that even happen?
The shrine to Marmite. Oh yes, and the only food that his mother sent with him is just a 4-pack of beans.
I... Interesting. Fun.
Fun, funky times for Tommy Innit 17.
Cool and red and awesome. Yay.
Legitimately, Sylvie, how has he managed to find a Wattpad apartment? A poorly written Wattpad apartment. And then his neighbors are going to turn out to be One Direction. And his landlord is going to turn out to be a vampire.
We're not gonna manifest that. We're stopping the manifestation there. I don't.
The rotary phone is horrifying. Like, it's like Quoth the Raven stuff. Telltale Heart.
It's the modern Telltale Heart with a fun spin of, hey, this is like... Everyone can see this happening.
Asbestos Heart.
And all of the warnings are here. And yet... Funny story about what happens next. Alright, this eye is bothering me, and I can't tell if it's because of the funny glasses or whatever, or if it's for some other reason. In a drawing, not in real life. So on an entirely separate note, haha, the Olympics, yeah. Happy team, go sports. Whoa.
The scarlet phone was ringing on the highest floor. Meep!
Meep.
I am so good at video games.
You are.
So good.
You're very good.
I'm not sure how much of this roof to do in just glass and how much to do... And also, like, how much do I leave open? Because the bees do need to come and go.
Maybe have, like, a flower bit on the domed roof so that, and holes, like, specific, like, triangle kind of holes, so you don't have to fill the dome in all the way and the bees don't have to search forever to get flowers.
Pressure like a drip, drip, drip that'll never stop. Oh. Pressure. I don't actually remember what words go in what order. Is it tip, 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 or tick, 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 or?
No, it's tip at first, because in the first part of the song she has the scales, and then the second part she has tick, tick, tick. 'Cause, yeah.
'Cause time and bombs.
Yeah.
Tip, 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 till. Okay, but it's not you just go pop. It is
Yeah,
you
it
just
is.
go pop?
Yeah, because tick, 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 that'll never stop. Tip,
Wait.
tip, tip, till you just go pop. Because it's tipping, and then she
But-
pops, and then she launches Mirabelle up into the sky.
But it's drip, drip, drip that'll never stop.
Yeah. Just go pop is the first part.
I'm not sure we're on the same page here, but it's not a page I'm really invested in reading, so we're just gonna go with yes.
There.
I want so badly to be able to make animatics. Like, there is... Fundamentally, if I could just get to a skill point where I can work... I can have workflow without spending all of the time trying to fiddle with things because I don't like how they look, then I could get practice. But I lack the attention span to learn any software.
Fair. I tried to do animatic things a while ago. And I am fully aware that I am capable of doing animatic things. But also, software is hard. And
Yeah.
learning stuff for software is also hard. And also, I never planned where this picture was gonna be looking, so I have no idea where she's
Oh.
looking.
One, two.
Yeah, sisters all together.
On the heavy thing
can't
can
go.
shoulder. My, if I can't run with the ball.
If I fall,
Turn to pressure.
no. If I fall too, and then it's if I falter after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
E.
Yeah.
E.
Yeah.
E. Yeah. Rattle 'em, boys.
Rattle them bones. Them bones be rattling.
Them bones do be rattling.
They do.
They do be.
Indeed. Doobie doobie doo ba doobie doobie doo ba. Please don't sue me, Disney.
I feel like not enough people have been taking advantage of the fact that Winnie the Pooh is public domain now.
I know, right? Like not the Disney Winnie the Pooh, but the original books.
Like that's just out there now.
And honestly, it's It's really good. The old Winnie the Pooh stuff. It's very sweet, very wholesome.
I think in a lot of ways people have kind of forgotten what it is to have uncopyrighted media.
Yeah.
Because nothing major has happened in ages. I mean, you just kind of get used to separating stuff like Sherlock Holmes from things like anything Disney has ever gotten its grubby fingers on.
You heard that they tried to copy. I can't copyright. I get the syllables mixed up in my head, but the Day of the Dead, they tried to copyright that.
Yes.
Because
Dia
they
de
made
los
Coco.
Muertos? Muertos.
Yeah.
Something like that.
For some reason, I always get.
Just copyright an actual holiday. That's normal.
Luckily, the legal system said no. What is wrong with you? When they tried to do that, so they were stopped. But it's only a matter of time before they literally copyright Christmas. That's probably not even a joke.
The mega corporation who stole Christmas.
If they actually successfully manage to copyright stuff like Christmas or like specifically holidays, right? I feel like the backlash for that is going to be significantly worse than they think it will be. Potentially to the point where we have to rework copyright systems.
I mean, that's been due for a while.
It really has. It really is. But at the very least, next time Disney crosses a line, hopefully what will happen is people will be like, hey, that's a line for a reason, and also it's rather near the goalpost. What if we change that a little bit?
One day they'll have to take their grubby little fingers off of the mouse. And then the mouse will be ours.
Yes. Also, unfun fact. Disney has successfully managed to shift the goalpost when it comes to the copyright of Michael Mouse. They have successfully managed to keep him with. They keep moving back how long it's legal for a company to own the copyright to a character or image specifically. Whenever Michael's Day of Reckoning approaches, they move back the date so that he doesn't become public domain, which is really funny because Disney has built their entire company off of public domain things.
That's so ethical of them.
Isn't it just so cool how they can just do that? And
Because if you have enough money, you're above the rules. Hooray!
Hooray! Asterisk. We live in a society, you know.
We sure do. Society taxes.
Taxes, fundraisers, taxes.
Taxes embezzlement.
Tax fraud.
Tax fraud. I'm so excited to make a conversation heart and just label it with tax fraud.
Yes. Trying to figure out shadows when I didn't plan out the lighting for an image challenge. Level 200, because I have 2 images.
I mean, I guess I could always take down glass if I didn't like... Do I want to do a gradient with the glass?
Do I shade this, or do I just leave it flat? And other questions that won't be answered.
Well, they will be answered after you choose one or the other and then regret it.
Inevitably so, yes.
It is inevitable.
Yes. It is inevitable. It is my destiny and other bumper stickers.
New merch idea. Just a bumper sticker that says it is inevitable.
I'm down for that. If I had money, I would buy that.
I think we should put more effort into just confusing people.
Into
Like,
what?
into just confusing people. Like, normal bumper stickers are tired and overdone. Give me just like something completely inane that is completely unintelligible.
My oldest child is a snake valedictorian.
Yes. Or like, my
No,
other
it's-
car is a hockey player.
Yeah. I really think that more effort should be put into deliberately making things ever so slightly unintelligible,
Yes.
but still inherently understandable.
Agreed. I want people to have to blink twice and then think about it that night as they're trying to fall asleep. Thank you,
Yes,
non-negotiable.
yes. The kind of thing where they see it at first and they're like, oh, okay, and then they think about it and they can't stop thinking about it, and then it's the next day and they're like, okay, I saw this thing on the road.
Hamburger.
Yeah.
Hamburger.
Hamburger.
Merch idea. One of those family sticker thingamabobbers, but it's just my Minecraft persona and all of the cats.
Yes.
And also
That's
you
a
as
lot
just
of
like a ghost floating somewhere.
I will be superimposed onto one of the cats. So if you look very closely, you will notice me. But otherwise, you'll have no clue I am there.
Cursed. I like it.
Yeah. I want to apply 3D shading to only a specific part of the image, but the problem is that makes the rest of the image look really flat and kind of uncomfortable to look at, and I don't want to do that specifically.
L.
The hand looks fun when shaded, but I don't want to shade the face, because I just don't. It can be a lot of fun, but only if I get to do the funky shapes with the cheekbones and stuff.
Every so often, I decide that I've probably been too helpful and pleasant, and I have to respond to someone's problem with, like, L or get good lol, just, you know, to balance out the universe.
Understandable.
We wouldn't want anyone thinking that I'm, like, an actually good source of advice or anything.
No. Oh, actually, I had a thought. Not very often, but I have them occasionally. But I had a thought the other day. A podcast about writing and grammar called asterisk. Oh, what was it? No, I had it. No. No.
Ow!
was a fun joke.
All plus ratio.
Something asterisks and ampersands. Because alliteration.
I mean, let's see. What other A things are there? Not the dot of the I. That's something different. I think more people should know about that.
What's it called?
Google it.
What is the dot of the I called? The dot over the I is called... not any of those. I don't like that word. I'm not a fan of that word. It's not a good word, Kat. I have closed the tab. You okay?
No.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
I won't, thank you.
Oh, yeah. I shouldn't tell you what to do.
Yeah. Honestly, have some respect.
I'm sorry.
One of my favorite things of, like, I guess, kind of comedy entertainment in general is when somebody will try to do a bit and then either conclude or the person they are talking to will conclude that that's nothing. Like, it never gets old. Like, somebody, you know, is so sure they have the perfect joke and they're like, nope, that's nothing, actually.
Sometimes the failure of a bit can be a bit in and of itself, you know?
Exactly. Who needs them? We all have them. They're just like us.
Whoa. And other things said by people.
Said by Karina Drawfee specifically.
Yes. I love her art style so much.
So much. I love all of them, but her sections are always my favorite of all of the episodes. I love them.
Yeah. Especially the ones where she just goes all out because she wants to.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I'm just going to draw this highly specific thing that you didn't even realize was possible to draw earlier.
Sarah Kale, the Neopet.
Exactly.
I love how Julia does, like, backgrounds and scenery and stuff, but all of her people fill me with a slight bit of existential dread.
Yeah.
Like, they're beautifully Uncanny Valley, but I
for
do wish I had
no
not
forehead
beheld
man.
them.
Except for the implied forehead guy
Yes.
from that one episode.
Hi, Nathan. Hello, Nathan. Welcome to the stream. Nathan, how's it going, Nathan?
Greetings. I say Nathan Eel. Does that make sense, or is that too esoteric?
Good word.
Thank you.
I'm a cat. Meow. Check me out. I'm a cat. Meow. Check me out. I'm a cat. Meow. Check me out. Meow, 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 meow. Check me out. I'm a cat. Meow. Check me out. I'm a cat. Meow. Check me out. I'm a cat. Meow. Check me out. Meow, 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 meow. Check me out. Check me out. Meow. I like chasing string. Check me out. Meow. I do what I want to know I'm gonna sing. Right in your face. Check me out. Meow, 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 meow. I'm a cat. Meow. Check me out. I'm a cat. Meow. Check me out. I'm a cat. Meow. Check me out. Meow, 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 meow. Check me out. I'm a cat. Meow. Check me out. I'm a cat. Meow. Check me out. I'm a cat. Meow. Check me out. Meow, 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 meow. Check me out. I'm a cat. Ooh woo.
You are.
And, you know, that one gets to go right up there with clips that will ruin me if I'm ever famous.
No. They will be part of your charm.
I'm not sure if I want that to be my jump in the Cadillac.
Jump in the cat. Yeah.
I got a gun. No girls. Girls gotta die.
Wake up with no Julio. I can't. Baby beats.
Just jump in the cat.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
We are so very professional.
Yes, so professional.
We're the most professional people, you know? Like, really, it's difficult to be more professional and calm and collected than we are.
Mm-hmm. We are professionals, if you please. We are professionals, if you don't, please.
You might get canceled on Twitter.
Gasp. We might get cancelled on Twitter. There is no
New York Boston voice.
Because it was what my heart led me to do.
Wait. New York. I think I have a couple of regrets in life, and what happened approximately 7 seconds ago is one of them. Was it 7 seconds?
And clipped.
No!
That's going at the end of the ink compilation. No, this is where things get distinctly more hexagonal. Because... I mean, I could just give this a dome roof, but where's the fun in that? Which means I need the glass panes to be here and here, which means I need to figure out where the separation between the panes is. The ink compilation comes out when the funky brain worms say that we can focus on it. So, like 3 years, maybe? What?
Wait, were you actually...
I haven't, like, edited anything together, but I do keep and archive those clips with the intention of one day making a compilation.
Oh.
What else would I do in the face of such majesty as hot sauce?
It's just hot sauce.
With the way you said it. Hot sauce.
do not understand the hot sauce, but
I do not control the rate at which hot sauce.
exactly, I don't.
Means I love you. Means I care. I don't know the rest of the lyrics.
I don't either. Upon coming to the realization that I don't want to shade this, I am instead just gonna make the line work look nice.
Good for you. Love that for you. Wow. Wait, this was the opposite of what I needed to do. Curses!
Oops.
They're same difference.
Doesn't that expression come from math and subtraction or something?
I have not the foggiest idea.
We can pretend it does, because then
Yeah.
I will be right.
When in doubt, bend reality.
Exactly. What's that one Mythbusters thing? I reject your reality and substitute my own.
My brother says that to me on a daily basis.
Or I will refrain from saying it.
No, you're fine. It's just that is probably, if there were to be a statistic for exact phrases that we have said to each other, that would be near the top. Bye, Sylvie. Enjoy your dinner. Good job eating
Bye.
food. Drink water. Stay safe. You're important.
Proud of you for eating food. I've never actually heard the full song. I know it exists, obviously, but at the same time, I've never actually listened to the full song. And every now and then I'll tell people that, and they'll get almost unreasonably distressed, and so I fully intend to just never listen to it.
Yes, good.
Because it's kind of funny.
It's very funny.
The skin tone I have is accurate to how pale I am in real life, but it's so unbelievably sickly pale that it makes the whole image look completely unfinished.
Hashtag vampire problems. I mean,
Hashtag what?
mortal, normal being problems, yes.
How dare you? This is slander. I am completely normal human. I've never even once even seen a vampire.
Mm-hmm.
The audacity.
Because you don't show up in mirrors.
That's not true.
Yep, mm-hmm. You are completely 100% human and you own many bones.
Yes, I have so many bones. I have a great many bones.
A great many bones.
I have like at least 200 bones.
At least 200 bones.
Yes, exactly. So many. Just, yeah, like for real. Maybe I don't have too many bones. That would just be ridiculous.
There's no such thing as too many bones.
Yeah, see?
Number of
Totally.
bones is a beauty standard enforced upon us by society.
Yeah, really, like honestly, what's the big deal with having more than 200 bones? Really? Or more than 206?
Exactly.
Like, really, I feel like it's such a toxic, unobtainable standard that it really needs to be reevaluated.
Totally.
It's your strawberry cloud. It's all I look up when you call my name. Can you hear the bumblebee swan watching your eyes when you look my way?
I'm beginning to think maybe a hexagonal roof isn't obtainable. Maybe.
But hexagonal circles is just how you make circle in all of Minecraft.
But... no.
Or are you talking about hexagonal dome?
That, probably. I don't actually know what words I said.
Oh, you said hexagonal circle.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, the hexagonal circle is all of Minecraft circle.
But is it though?
It's
Because
Oh, okay.
Minecraft circle is
Square.
more... Okay, well, accept square and I will accept, like, octagonal. Yeah,
Octagonal.
Minecraft squares are 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Minecraft circles are octagonal usually. For flat sides, for curves.
Octagons don't have curve. They have slant.
I'm going to stab you.
Try.
That was terrifying. Have a nice day.
Yay! I'm successfully terrifying.
Why is that on your goal list?
Because I'm regularly one of the least threatening people in the room, like at all times. So every now and then I'll say something
get a little
intentionally
bit tired.
threatening. Hmm?
What?
What?
Every now and then you get a little bit tired.
Yes, exactly.
Every single time you say that, I finish it. You don't always notice, but I do.
But sometimes I'll just decide that it's time to be threatening, so I'll say something vaguely ominous or challenge a specific notion that has been previously mentioned, and people are never expecting it because I am one of the least threatening people you will ever meet. Which just like doubles the initial threat factor, you know. But if I do it too much, then it ceases to be threatening. So it's all about balance.
Doot doot. 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 Doot doot doot. Doot. Dude. I am so good at Elytra and did not almost fall there. I'm a video gamer. Thank you, non-negotiable.
You're so very gamer, Cat.
Mm-hmm.
You are so game.
So gay.
I said game.
I know. But I did.
I just wanted to clarify. Make sure we were on the same page. I mean, you are also the other thing. Ooh.
I will ban your uwu privileges. Alright, heat waves. Last night all I think about is you. Don't stop, baby, you can walk through. Don't wanna, but I think about you. You know that I'm never gonna do. Road shimmer, wiggle in the vision. Heat waves, I'm swimming in a mirror. Road shimmer, wiggle in the vision. Heat waves, I'm swimming in a. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Happier now. Usually I put something on TV, so we never think about you and me. But today I see your reflections clearly in Hollywood, laying on the screen. You just need a better life than this. You need something I can never give. Fake water all across the road. It's gone now, the night has come, but sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. You can't fight it, you can't breathe. You say something so loving, but now I gotta let you go. You'll be better off in someone new. I don't wanna be alone. You know it hurts me too. You look so broken when you cry. One more and then I say goodbye. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Scroll. I just wanna know what you're dreaming of. When you sleep and smile so comfortable. I just wish that I could give you that look that's perfectly unsad. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. Heat waves been faking me out. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Road shimmer, wiggle in the vision. Heat waves, I'm swimming in a mirror. Road shimmer, wiggle in the vision. Heat waves, I'm swimming in a mirror. Okay. Okay, so 2 across, then 2 down, out, and then 3 down, out. Didn't even notice the punches that you roll with. You've got to keep me focused. Why don't you say so? Do 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 ba ba da 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 da. Do 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 do. Okay, so what if... Ah!
Are you okay?
I'm fine!
You sure?
Totally fine! Didn't almost die or anything!
You sound ever so slightly not fine.
I'm so fine. So incredibly fine.
This is true. Is it okay?
Yeah, that's fine. See, the thing is, I was thinking it myself.
Yes, let's go. Same brain cells.
It is hydration time. Nightbot has not said so, but I do. Everybody hydrate. I would love it if I were hungry enough to heal more.
Honestly, that's the least fun part of the. I am currently completely safe, but I'm just waiting on things to like work. That's the most frustrating part of that, you know? Typing.
Hmm?
Typey.
Typey type. In VC.
Yes.
Yes.
Click, click.
Click, clack, moo. Cows that type. Did you ever read those books as a child?
No. But I believe you that they exist.
I'm very excited to play the Stanley Parable on stream sometime. I think
What?
the Stanley Parable.
Is it game or is it story?
Yeah, it's game. The premise is essentially that you live in a kind of semi-dystopian office-bound society where, you know, standardization is expected. And, then something changes in your routine and you have to, like, go out into the actual world and, see sunlight and touch grass and stuff. And the thing is, the entire game is narrated. And the narrator is like, and then Stanley pushed these buttons in this order. And you can obey the narrator, or you cannot.
Ooh. Interesting.
And I think it would be a very good fit for my contrarian and rather distractible nature.
True.
Like, there's one scene that I've seen where you are asked to punch numbers into a keypad, and if you punch the wrong numbers for long enough, the narrator will just open the door for you.
Ooh.
He will get fed up and open the door for you.
Yes.
And I just want to cause a disembodied voice acute mental pain sometimes, don't you?
Occasionally, yeah. Sounds like a delightful romp.
I think we should replace a lark in the park with a romp in the swamp.
With a what?
With a romp in the swamp.
Yes, that's good. I approve highly of that. I have finished the first half of a highly specific thing that we were discussing.
Incredible. Frimp, I was supposed to be doing glass.
Fear not.
Wait. Wait, hold up. No, this... No, wait, yes. Nights in the middle of June. Waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. You can't fight it, you can't breathe. You should probably see a pulmonologist.
That's the first half of my entire life. You can't fight it, you can't breathe. You have asthma, please get treated.
We are so incredibly hilarious to mostly just ourselves.
Yes, yes. We are very funny and very clever. I'm going to
quirky.
send you the things, but you do not have to look at them yet. But yes.
Time to get more glass from the glass cooker.
It is these two. I might have to resend them depending on how things go.
What things?
The, like, structural setup.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm love.
Yay! Okay, I definitely have to resend them because I have a couple of pixels that look funky. We gotta fix that.
You really are paler than that.
I know! It's almost unfair. Like, it almost feels like it's making fun of me. It can't, because that's not how this works at all, but... See you're made of gold. When your dreams are failing you, we can and your blood's run still.
Think about how few people know about the story of Therapy.
Of what?
Of Therapy.
Oh. Now I'm gonna be
Maybe
thinking about
nothing.
that for the rest of the day. Okay.
Someday I'll build you a better home.
Therapy, my beloved.
There are all of these main characters that I want associated with my lore, but there's nobody around to make a wiki for me. Just make and maintain a wiki for myself.
Honestly, like, the worst part is that these are all main characters, but they're never gonna be viewed as main characters because they disappeared for 3 seasons.
Exactly!
They haven't been here for half the movie. People have
They're integral to my lore,
Yeah.
but my lore began when there were like 3 people here. And you and I were 2 of them.
Yeah. Gonna attempt to do a thing. I don't know how well it's gonna work.
You're the last of a dying breed. Write our names on the wet concrete. I wonder if your therapist knows everything about me. I'm here in search of your glory. There's been a million before me that ultra kinda love you. Never walk away from just the last of the real ones. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Remember me for centuries. Do 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 do.
You married me, and I'm like, you married me for centuries. Wait, that's not the lyric, but it works.
You're not wrong.
Will you marry me? Marry me
For centuries. We are so completely circular. End of May, early June. This picture perfect afternoon we shared.
Drive the open country
We rode and grab a scoop at a la mode, except it's closed down as a COVID precaution.
And also we're both allergic to it.
In a field that's framed with trees, you take a Benadryl and
Because of trees. Okay,
Like-
third batch.
What? Third batch.
Third.
Yes.
They are. I can see the difference because I worked on them, but that's
Yeah,
pretty much it.
I really can't tell the difference.
Yeah. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. It's all
Okay. Quoting, "Hey there, brother, bud, pal, brown size, log, by our favorite bands." And telling jokes no one understands. Except us two. And we talk and realize we should probably go inside.
And we talk and take some more Benadryl because it turns out that the first dose wasn't enough.
All we see is sky for forever. I'm sensitive
Also,
to light for forever.
Oh no, there is grass. No, we're panicking.
This way. Two friends going inside now.
You can make fun of me for not touching grass all you want. But you see, if I touch grass, I will just immediately cease to exist, so... who's
It's
the
a
real
constant
winner
trade-off of physical health bad if touch grass, mental health bad if do not.
here? Yeah. It's like tossing a coin every time you go outside. Will I come back inside slightly rejuvenated and only mildly sick, or will I come back inside feeling worse mentally than before and also horribly sick? Who knows?
And other fun
Not me.
questions to ask yourself before exploring the great outdoors.
Ooh.
Woo.
On the bright side, I probably won't have to worry about asthma things specifically for a while, or hopefully theoretically in the future, because I might get a wheelchair to assist when I go outside so I don't just die.
I want it to have racing stripes. Can I in some way make it have racing
Well-
stripes? I don't care how, I just...
I will get tape if we do manage to get the wheelchair. Then I will get tape that's colored and I'll put it on the thing so it will have racing stripes.
Good.
Maybe I'll get like flame stickers and I'll
Yes.
put those on the side too. I am Speed.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
Cat, real quick.
Yes.
I am 1.5k away from the Kremlin crime currency goal.
Oh no.
I'm so close. Or 1.3k, sorry.
But the thing is, I
It's
know
like-
you, and you're not the type to splurge all of those points on one thing.
No, I won't.
but the knowledge that someone is there.
I will. Here's the thing. I will wait till I have 100,000, and then I will free him. Ooh.
And then that's the problem with free him, because basically nobody even understands what that is anymore.
So what we do is we slowly start foreshadowing it the closer I get to the goal.
Alternately, I start just rerunning my old streams until people are caught up.
Okay, guys, here's approximately 400 hours of lore. I think I'm pretty happy with the things, even though the eyes look weird. Mostly just to me, because I've been staring at this for the better part of 4 hours, but...
I am glad you are happy with
I know, only like 1 hour. I speed ran that! I did... Oh no, it was 2
character
hours.
growth! Almost character growth.
Almost character growth. Well, it's an hour a piece, right? So that's fast for me. I am speed. I am
You are
the
so
speed
speed.
community.
Do do do
Do do do do do do do do.
do do do.
I have spinach salad with garbanzo beans and honey mustard dressing, I think. It's very good.
I am glad it is good. Sometimes you will just announce that you have a food, and I have to wait till the end to know whether your sentence will end with, and I want to die, or, and it's very good. Like, generally, if
I did that.
yeah, you tell me about a food, and it's 50-50 whether it's something you hate or not. And like, I can keep track of some of the consistent notes, mostly tomatoes and chicken, but
It's not even just tomatoes and chicken, because with tomatoes and chicken, when it's done right, it's very good. Tomato sauce has been ruined almost forever for me. However, when you cook chicken in the oven for 3 hours, and the raw chicken has been placed inside tomato sauce and uncooked rice, and has cooked in the oven for about 3 hours, I do not like it. It's the worst. It's dry. The chicken is dry, and it's squishy, and it feels like picking your teeth, and it tastes bad, and the texture of the rice is... Oh, we're lucky if it doesn't have... We are lucky if it wasn't you. If pre-cooked, cold, reheated rice was not added into the tomato soup and chicken concoction after it's done cooking.
and this is why I have to wait until Link tells me whether she likes the meal or not.
It's...
You are very passionate about food either way. It's just...
I like food, but not that kind. I am so very
Hey, name
excited.
tag.
Name tag. Eves.
Sometimes I look up into the sky and I forget that I sentenced 2 chickens to die there.
to hang eternally for their crimes.
For their crimes.
Thank you, Nathan. I have so many more. It's exhausting. There are too many food crimes. Okay, here's the thing. I like food. In fact, I love food. But I cannot eat roughly 60 to 70% of food that just exists. So my options for food
And
are
another like 20% you can technically eat, but you will feel ill afterward.
Yeah. And okay. As I said, I like food. I love cooking. I love baking. But I can't just like make a loaf of sourdough bread, because the thing that makes sourdough bread work is not only the yeast but the gluten, right? This means that I cannot have proper bread. I cannot become baker. I am not Marinette. However,
Give up on your dreams of becoming a baker. You gotta give up on your dreams.
woo! That's a funky little dance. But another thing is that I am also sick, like, all of the time, and this means that I cannot cook for myself for most of the time. So this means that I have to rely on other people's cooking. I love my father very, very much, but he is responsible for all of the tomato sauce horrors. One time he tried to make stroganoff, like beef stroganoff. It turned into prison slop and would not unharden after it was taken out of the fridge.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we need a third roommate whose favorite thing to do is cook. And they can be in charge of all of it.
Yeah, because I love cooking. I like making things. I'm not necessarily good at it all the time. One time I fried uncooked brownie batter. Not in a pan. It just fried by itself. We don't need to talk about that.
It was all of your many at least 200 bones.
Yes. But it's just started. It didn't like just start suddenly. Okay, we're not talking about it. Anyway, I have also made brownies in my room at 2 a.m. Cat can attest to this.
Can confirm I have the photos.
Yes. I have also made cookies in my room at 11 o'clock at night. I have also baked brownies at 11 o'clock at night. I have made cakes and icing and various other things. The right way trademark, or as right as I can get, while not being able to eat the vast majority of the things that are supposed to go in these particular concoctions of chemical reactions. I like it, okay? But also, I live with people who, well, I love them all very much. They do not have the same appreciation for the cooking that I do. And they are also not as much of a perfectionist as I am, except for, like, my mom, kinda. And this means that I have prison slop, spaghetti and meat sauce, and chicken cooked and somehow boiled in tomato sauce in the oven. A lot. I like chicken. The proof of this is I am very upset about this.
She is very upset about this.
Okay, the thing is, I like chicken because whenever we go to Chipotle, which is not very often, but whenever we go to Chipotle, I always
Chipotle is my life.
whenever we go to La Chipotle, I always get the chicken stuff for not burritos, because I cannot eat those. Salad bowls, taco bowls, whatever those are called. Because it has a good spice. I like that. I like spicy things. I would spend so much money on taco spice just by itself because I love taco spice, but that's not the point. I like a lot of the foods that I eat regularly, but I do not like the way they are prepared. My dad also is like philosophically opposed to anything that is green, so if we have one singular vegetable at dinner, it is a miracle. Again, I love my father so much. I really hope he can't hear me right now. But there is a reason I am spending almost like $15-20 to get a meat thermometer, okay? I am spending what little money I have to get a meat thermometer so he can stop turning beef into shoe leather. Okay, I'm gonna stop now.
And now, dear audience, you see why I had to wait till the end of the honey mustard sentence. Actually, my whole life, I've actually pretty often been unable to tell whether the thing that someone is telling me is positive or negative. Is that a universal experience, or is that a neurodivergent experience?
It depends on the day for me, because my defense mechanism growing up was that I didn't understand anything, so I made it my life mission to understand everything. So even though I couldn't verbalize it, I had a database of information on possible human responses to stimuli. So I understand things like that pretty well. Sometimes, most of the time.
Like somebody will say, my class got canceled or something, and like, what if they really liked the class? Or what if they don't, but they could be like, my class got canceled and now I'm really stressed out because I needed to do the homework in class. Or they could be like, my class got canceled and I'm so happy because I need an afternoon to myself. And people never tell you that. They just say my class got canceled and they wait for you to respond.
Yeah.
Which is why congratulations and or condolences is one of my most used phrases.
I'm decently good at telling when people mean generally positive or negative thing, but also I have an emergency defense mechanism that is vaguely confused sarcasm combined with inquiry. Because if you phrase it in the right way, it sounds like, to them, it will sound like they weren't clear enough. So I have to ask them what they meant, which means in the future they are more likely to clarify in the sentence.
You have people who bother to remember to clarify?
No, not really, but in theory. Well, no, I have you.
Do I do that on purpose?
I think it's in part because you don't understand, so subconsciously you clarify instinctively. But also because other people, when they're confused, you log that and then take care to clarify in the future. At the very least, it's what I do. I over-clarify sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. I know this and I love you.
I would need to refill my water bottle, so I might go do that in a minute.
I'm hungry enough to get a snack. We could just do a self-care break.
That sounds good.
All right, folks. Go self-care. We will be back in a minute. Do y'all want music to listen to? I can offer you, the speedrunning theme, a couple Derivacat songs, and about half of the things on my YouTube channel. Yay! I let it be known that one viewer left during that, and I think that's hilarious. I am turning farther than I wanted to. People change like the balls in the ball pit. At least I think around my dash con. Nick Wild do be looking pretty fine though. We sit and vibe to Lemon Demon songs. 12 full hours on a live stream, breaking records for a charity. So many hours watching Twitch streams of a guy just doing something. Now the donos are all filled with feral memes. Of a ball pit from back in 2014, and we all live in fear of every single lore stream, falling down, slow down on repeat. Oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa, whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa, whoa. Oh, reminisce about the Twitch primes. Things change, I get it, 'cause subs don't last, right? Yeah. And this alarmingly tall child is writing down his memories, forgetting stuff at all times. Hey, how are you doing, Mr. Boo? Can we get back to the ball pit? It kinda set a precedent. Hey, I like the laces on your shoes. Thanks, I stole them from the president road trip to get totems full of arson and explosions. There's some gender, but it's hopeless. Are we there yet? Drop the kin list. Now the donos are all filled with feral memes of a ball pit from back in 2014, and we all live in fear of every single lore stream, falling down, slow down on repeat. If I turn down my gain a little bit and move away from the mic, can I chew this without it being horrible? I have no way of gauging how much chewing is being picked up. We're going to assume it's fine.
Oh,
Hello?
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 Hello, Mama? Somehow, every
Why do
single
I-
time.
Why do I play along every time? Why do I expect a different ending?
I was gonna say, like, this is what, the fourth time I've done that now? In a row?
You're a menace to society.
Thank you. Yes.
I have chicken and rice and mushrooms.
Yay. I did a little self-care things, and I got tea, and I got some more water with lemons and ice.
Amazing. For anyone who hasn't seen my water system, I just take gallon jugs of water that we refill at the grocery store when they run out because our water filter thing is bad. And I just bring them up here. And then I drink them all, because if I only had a water bottle, I would drink it and then never refill it. Life hacks.
Life hacks. We actually had the same sort of thing when stuff happened. And we had the only reason that I don't have one of those in my room is because I'm allergic to the plastic. But the water is so I'll drink it and then I'll get this horrible like drainage stuffiness problem, and I can sometimes get hives. And all of everything gets stuffed up and it's unfun.
I think there's dog hair in my food.
I would recommend not eating the dog hair.
There is always dog hair in my food. No matter what. No matter how carefully I guard it. No matter how it is prepared, what it is. Somehow there's dog hair.
Yeah. We had, when we had cats, there was cat hair everywhere. And to this day, it's been, oh wow, it's almost been 10 years since we gave up the cats. But, anyway, to this day, I still can't hang my hands and feet over the side of the bed. Because if you do that when you have cats, they will attack your hand every single time. And they have little sharp teeth and claws. So it will hurt.
See, I just...
Most of the time it was just like silly, like kind of playing. Because it's funny to them that you have a hand that can extend past the side of the bed. But they attacked it all the time. And it was so hard to make beds. There was cat hair everywhere.
See, I developed that same survival instinct, but because of, associated monsters and stabbers that could have been under my bed.
I was vaguely paranoid that things would happen to me, but in part probably because we had the cats. And also as a child, I okay, this is gonna sound weird, but I never believed in stuff like Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy or monsters in the closet, but I was aware that other children did, so I pretended to believe it. Because
that is the most you thing I've heard in a while.
I never actually believed that Santa or the Tooth Fairy was real, but my siblings tried really hard to convince me, and after a point, at first, it was because they thought so, and then they realized that it's not true. But by that point, I had already realized that I was supposed to believe in these sorts of things, so I was like, okay, yeah. So I was adamant that these things were in fact real, because that's what you were supposed to do. And I'd been clinging on to the idea of it for so long that letting it go and saying, yeah, I know, felt like it'd be mean to my siblings.
Incredible.
Yeah. Every now and then I'll be like,
You get a little bit
"I really
tired.
Yes, this is true. But sometimes I'll think, like, am I really neurodivergent, or am I just like somehow masquerading in a conniving sort of way? And then I'll think about how I was as a child, and I'm like, oh, huh, interesting.
What was I going to say? I had a thought. What was the thought?
Which?
Who? What?
You said you had a thought, and you weren't sure what it was, so I said Twitch.
Is this a joke about the other spelling of thought, or is it?
Yes. Sorry.
What? Never apologize for greatness.
Hold on, let me put an F in the chat. No, wait, where did it go?
You know, I've made that joke on stream before. Well, at least a similar one. And you were horrified.
What, the other, what, or the F in the chat, or the other one?
No, the other one. Specifically. Okay. That.
Hold on, I need to get back to the stream, I lost the tab.
I put it in Discord.
Oh, wait, oh, okay.
It is the forbidden information now.
Yep.
You know, one of these days you'll get that username figured out.
My biggest hang-up is that I keep forgetting that it doesn't allow you to change it more than once. You can only change it once, and then it's stuck for like that for 2 months. This is like the 3rd time I've changed it. Wait, hold on, I need to find some. I need to discover something.
Oh, hello, friend.
As long as nothing changes in the next 2 months, my actual, proper, hopefully final username is free, so I will still.
All right, so everybody take King's username.
Well, I'll never say what it is. Never. Not even once. Until it's too late, and then it'll be too late.
That is how time works, yes.
You know, at some point, I really want to play a D&D character, like potentially a villain, who's very tired, and I don't just mean like, I mean like right now, where I'm pausing between random words. That was not on purpose. And forgetting sentences in the middle of the sentence. But like, I want them to be a bad guy, like the villain, because they'll get halfway through explaining their evil plan and then completely tangent. And the thing is, I'll be able to play the character even when I'm really tired. I won't have to worry about being quick-witted because the character is not, and it's okay.
Life hacks.
Yes.
Time is an illusion that helps things make sense. why we're always living in the present tense. It feels unforgiving when a good thing ends. But you and I will always be back then.
Well, actually, speaking of time and slightly sad existential conversations, I had a thought about why a character dying in like a piece of media is so very upsetting most of the time. Because the thing is, when the reason people want more of a thing like I don't know, to name a franchise or just a thing.
Well, now I'm trying to think of something that gets too many sequels. Star Wars.
That's what I was thinking of, actually. But if the reason people want more is because in part because they like the world, but also because they like the characters, and seeing this little glimpse into their life is really cool. It's very interesting, and it's not only like a window into this other reality. It's like looking at a person from a completely safe distance. Like, there's no fear of you or them accidentally tripping up and making a mistake in your relationship. There's no fear of rejection or abandonment, because even if you know, logically speaking,
always looking in.
Even if you know that the character wouldn't like you as a person because of how they are on screen, that doesn't super matter because they're not real, and you can project whatever sort of meaning you want onto them. In a sense, it's the perfect distance to view anything from, or at the very least, the most comfortable distance. Kat, you have like 3 separate stacks, like slots filled with cyan glass, and only one of them is 64, and it's bothering me.
These are light blue and blue. How dare you?
I know about the blue one, but I'm
one
sorry.
stack of 64, an extra 10, 6 blue, 7 other blue. How dare you slander my name in this manner?
You've done it before.
One of these days I'm just gonna fill my entire inventory with gray glass panes and see how you like it.
That won't bother me though, because it's just... Okay, moving on.
One of these days I'm going to fill your entire inventory with gray glass panes.
I was gonna like shill for a fake SMP, but that felt too mean. Anyway,
if I may add, I think part of that kind of sense of safe distance from a character is something that can make fandom centered around real people tricksy.
Yeah.
Because it is often hard to keep that distinction of what part of it is real and what part of it is character and what part of it can you do things with and what part of it is it disrespectful to do things with. And
yeah, it gets really complicated really quickly, especially when the fandom, whoever it's about, they haven't set like a specific hard and fast rule for things, which is not inherently their fault. It's not their fault at all, actually. It's people projecting meaning without real consent from the issue. But it's a tricky sort of area because, like, if they don't have a specific line, it usually takes until someone crosses it for them to make note of it. And that makes it much harder for people, especially people who are like new to fandom spaces, to learn where that line is before it's crossed. And again, that's not really the fault of whoever the fandom's about. It's just sort of a thing that happens. But it makes everything complicated.
And it's like, it's not inherently a bad thing to have a parasocial relationship or parasocial behaviors, but it can get really toxic really quickly.
Yeah.
Especially because we've got...
Keep going, sorry.
Because we've got young people coming onto the internet, and they are met with mostly just parasocial and nothing else. And there's not a lot of teaching of etiquette. Like,
yeah, there's also this sort of strange attitude about how, kids are cringy or teenagers are cringy. So then, rather than helping the kids who are genuinely just learning the way that the people criticizing them already have learned, rather than helping the kids figure stuff out, people just kind of laugh and point and then never address it. So the kids either, if they're neurodivergent, they just start masking immensely, or they'll get angry, or not even just if they're neurodivergent, but anyone can really start masking, because masking is really just a learned behavior, especially one that revolves around like social norms and whatnot. And if you already fall into... No, keep going, sorry.
Nobody really teaches young people to use the internet. Like, your and my generation was right on the end of, this is this brand new thing, and it's evolving with the... Like, I got computer safety lessons from Club Penguin. And that's how it went. But there is, aside from just kind of the memey PSAs about, don't give out your personal information, there is very little teaching, like well-intentioned, good faith, just, hey, you've had a lot of opportunity to learn what people expect of you over in this part of your life. This one is new and incredibly big. And it's like, there is so little in place for young teens to learn healthy behaviors.
Yeah.
Regarding a whole bunch of digital stuff, friendships and time and social media and all that stuff, because half the people accept it as a given and the other half never even learned it.
Yeah, and it gets incredibly difficult to explain, especially when the internet culture is so heavily steeped in irony. And don't get me wrong, I love ironic humor. It's hilarious. But when the internet is so heavily steeped in irony, it's really hard to tell especially when you're new, where the genuine lessons are. Unless you know someone in real life, or you're like genuinely super close to someone, actually having the conversation about internet safety and whatnot, it's really hard to tell how much is a joke, especially if you don't know the person super well, or don't know much about internet safety, and you just never really learned how important it was. It's just gonna sound like a joke, or like they're being overbearing all the time. And since the internet is really, it's used as an escapist sort of platform more and more often. So when it's used as an escapist platform, trying to teach kids things when they're trying to escape is a lot harder because they're usually trying to escape the teachings of people who don't understand.
But then when they don't have those teachings in that framework, the escapism gets not helpful, not good.
Yeah. And it's really hard to tell someone, yeah, internet safety is important, and not make it sound like either a joke or a lecture. Because it's like the you wouldn't steal a car meme or whatever. With the like, yeah, no, I wouldn't. Thanks for telling me. Literal strangers on the internet? Sure thing. Definitely, yeah, sure, okay. But like there can be genuine advice in a lot of internet safety things, but again, because of the sarcasm and irony that's just everywhere, it perpetuates throughout the social strata of the interwebs.
And
it's harder to get that across.
And there are so many people you get warned at who are nasty and predatory towards children and young teens. And so then the kind of narrative becomes people over 18 and people under 18 should never be interacting. But that is a blanket statement that leaves a lot of room for nastiness on both sides of that 18th birthday, and also means that you are sentencing teens to live in a vacuum chamber of people with the same amount of emotional maturity and hormones as them.
Yeah, and that's not really conducive to growth, because one of the main funny little things about the human brain and how humans learn is we need to observe behaviors, in part so that we understand them, but also in part because there are some behaviors that we just don't think about for a really long time. This is just like a little gap in our logic center, and that's not like anyone's fault. It's not bad necessarily, but when you completely isolate an entire group of people from the necessary experience and interactions that they need in order to learn, they're not gonna learn, and it's just going to create this vacuum chamber of cyclical nastiness that's not going to help anyone. Now, teenagers do need their own spaces, right? Like, kids online still need to be able to interact with people their age, but at the same time,
if I may.
Oh, yes.
Basically, any kind of social community is built on mentorship. Any kind of group of people, functionally, if it's one that works, goes from you have people who are more experienced who take the time to care about the less experienced and help them get experience. That's for any handicraft, any job field, any kind of social group. The expectation and the necessity is that there are people who are older than you or more mature than you or who have been there longer than you to help show you the ropes. And so then if we take the point of no adult has ever had a non-predatory conversation with a 13-year-old over the internet, you have 13-year-olds who come onto the internet and there are no ropes. It's just...
Yeah.
But then again, there are so many stories and Twitter cancellations and nastiness about, people being in a mentor role and then abusing that position.
Yeah.
But then those kids that are being abused by their mentors have never learned how to tell that they're being abused by their mentors, because that's the kind of thing a mentor would teach them.
Exactly. It's a very complicated sort of problem, and because it's in part the internet, so it feels so detached from real life, it sort of feels like there should be a simple black and white solution like there is in a fictional world, because a lot of stuff on the internet doesn't feel real to most people. because there's a sense of detachment. Even like, oh, also, hi, Akira. But
Hello, Cappy. Hello.
Cappy,
What?
Sorry, but like
That. I just pronounce their name. That I just call them that because I never know how to pronounce their name. I don't know if they prefer Cappy as opposed to, however your name is pronounced. Cappy.
I just autofilled it as Akira in my head, and I'm just reading out the letters now. I'm like, oh, that's not Akira. My bad. But like, there's because of the inherent detachment from reality that the internet has. It makes a great escapist platform, but also some people never really equate the people typing back as real humans. Yeah, sorry. But like you never really think about them as real people. Or I mean, I always have, but I'm not sure if it's just a me thing or if it's a.
And there's the stuff about, stranger danger, and remember the person behind the screen, but the real lessons come from, like, hey, notice that you're feeling that way? This is what that might mean, and here are some ways to deal with it.
Yeah, and also, like, in this sort of circumstance, these things are red flags. Someone saying hi to you on a forum is not a red flag, but someone being really creepy in your DMs is. But it in general, people feel like, since I can tell when there's someone holding a gun on me in real life, I am therefore clever enough to figure things out in the interwebs. And that sounds really condescending, but it's just there's this strange sort of idea that because you know very, very basic safety things in real life, you can be safe in the online space with no help.
And also, even real life safety things don't get taught as much as they should a lot of the time. Like,
yeah.
Like, my mom put me in martial arts classes when I was like 6 to 7 or so. I never really took to it, but I stayed long enough to learn how to do a roundhouse kick. And if somebody tries to take you away from your parents, you scream, "This is not my parent," rather than "let me go." Because one of those things is something that children say to their parents, and one of them is generally not.
Yeah. Or if one of the things that the internet taught me, but not really anything else, is if something bad is happening to you in real life, like a very dangerous situation in public, screaming fire is going to get people, it's gonna get more people's attention than screaming help, which is dystopic and depressing, but that's just the fact of the matter. And it's fun to think about, but it's just, yeah.
And a lot of it also, just like originally at the very beginning, starts from how hands-off parents are in a lot of ways. I mean, it is absolutely possible to be toxically hands-on to your children.
Yeah,
but like, YouTube Kids is horrifying.
YouTube Kids is the worst, and I hate it so much because it's not actually a lot of it is not actually child-friendly. It's just a
not
cartoon.
Safe. It just looks inane enough that people don't listen to the actual morals it is imparting. And the actual morals and behaviors are, don't look at something for more than 20 seconds, treat your friends like garbage for the memes, and, just a lot of really adult stuff that should not be being ingrained. And it's... like, the age of the kids at work who are on TikTok is honestly physically sickening at some point, because you look at them and how they play, and what is bouncing around in their head is the information they're processing right now, and it is not good information. And the kid is like 6, and she's got so many more years of this before she even has the mental development to realize what effect it's having on her. And how much worse is it going to get in that time if nobody is there to step up and be like, hey, no.
Yeah. Also, it bothers me so much that parents, especially nowadays, just take the easy route and say, oh, I don't want to interact. I don't want to parent my child at all, whether or not I'm working or whether or not I'm tired. So instead of actually raising them, I'm instead just going to buy them a tablet and tell them to leave me alone. First of all, that is instilling such a complex in your kid, and you are too self-absorbed to even consider the slightest possibility that, hey, maybe that's not how you should parent your kids. But also, it is teaching them bad things, because the internet, while it is a fantastic place in the sense that there's so much more information than ever, this conversation is taking place entirely because of the internet. That's wild. But also, YouTube Kids is not a babysitter. And kids can get bored of just watching videos. They will get bored. They will get unhappy.
And also the vacuum chamber of we don't allow comments here just gives kids no foundation to learn how to talk to others.
Yeah, and like, I understand why the no comments thing exists, because
because that would be a lot harder to moderate, but that's setting kids up with the expectation that content exists solely for them and nobody else in the room matters.
It also sets up the expectation that any sort of online discussion or discourse can and will be inherently bad. Because if your entire concept of discussing online is we don't talk about things online, then comments by themselves are going to be a foreign and slightly scary place. But also,
and then kids are going to emulate that behavior, because again, kids are sponges. They take things in and their tiny little developing brains chew them up, and then it gets spat out as a child's behavior. Because kids are incredibly smart. They just haven't learned the rules yet.
The thing that, like, another aspect of the YouTube parenting method, the tablet kids, because they are so smart and because they know things, they will learn very quickly, and they will also, the parents are shoving off their genuinely intelligent kids onto a sing-along about, I don't know, cocaine or whatever, because I would not be surprised if that was on there. Like, this, it's partially a joke, but also, like, really not. They're shoving this really bad, really toxic content onto their kids because they assume that the kid's too dumb to recognize when their parents don't care about them.
Kids are not dumb. They are so much smarter than most adults, honestly. It's just that they haven't learned how to lie about politeness
Also, a
And
lot of kids, because a lot of kids are still learning the fundamentals of the world, people assume that they're just stupid, when in actuality, they don't know that gravity exists, Deborah. Why on earth would they immediately know what the answer to the question about gravity is?
But if you explain things to a kid in words they understand, they can get such complicated concepts. That's also one of my favorite things to do with children, because I find it funny. But, like, I taught a 4-year...
Kids can understand really, really complex words, too. It's just that it's harder for them to repeat those words back because they don't have the complex mouth movements, or the what is it called? Dexterity, I guess.
Diction?
I guess they don't. They're still learning about pronunciation and whatnot. So, you might think it's ridiculous that they don't know how they say rake instead of snake, but they can't make the S sound yet.
You try learning an entire language while half of your neurons can't fire quickly.
Yeah, like.
Also, another thing that concerns me, on top of all of it is, people say, like, well, the obvious solution is to just, watch media with your kids. But they are already learning the behaviors of getting super irritated with people over their shoulder.
Yeah.
Like, I have tried to watch YouTube Kids with, I think she was like 4 at the time, and she has already learned that turn away, the adult does not get to see the internet things that are just mine and just for me. And
still crave privacy. They still crave their own
she's
space
4.
to exist.
She's 4, and that is not safe. And like, even just listening to what the videos are saying, it's terrifying.
Yeah.
And
it's just that the thing is, people will like blame parents. Irresponsible parents will blame everyone before they actually take accountability, which they won't do because they're being irresponsible. You can learn to not be an irresponsible parent. All it takes is 3 brain cells a day. Just it bothers me so much because they're not taking care of their kids. They're ignoring their kids because they don't actually want kids. They want the glamour of being a parent.
And it's what everybody told them was expected, so now they're not sure what else to do.
Yeah. It's...
Also, hello, Wits and Nico. Welcome to the,
yes,
to the complaint time.
My elementary school, and I researched some after school because I thought it was cool. The teacher was furious. I had an interest in learning something that was quote-unquote out of my age range and ruined my interest in ASL, and now I'm struggling. Yeah. People will get upset that kids learn faster than they want them to, because then the kid isn't doing what they want, and that's immediately frustrating. And now I understand it in some cases, because sometimes you don't have the capability to teach the kids that right now, but because they're
that
so
is not the
adamant
kid's fault.
Yeah, that's not the kid's fault, though, right? Like, I understand some degree of frustration because you weren't prepared for this, but there's a difference between being frustrated because you aren't prepared for something and being frustrated because they're not doing what you want them to do.
And
up until 2nd grade, my teacher said I was quote unquote the R word because I was quiet. My parents were like, bro, you can... That
Ink.exe is processing.
See, I have had a couple of similar experiences, but mostly in part because for a long time I thought, oh, I'm just shy, but really I wasn't shy. I was socially awkward, and desperately trying to learn what social norms were, so I would just be dead silent and uncomfortable in the corner because I didn't know what was going on. But, after a certain point, I noticed when people would start whispering behind my back, because even though I was a quote-unquote good kid, Reed, incredibly anxious and emulating all of the behaviors that were rewarded, and therefore I was the nice kid that all the teachers liked. Every now and then I'd notice
You get a
when
little bit
people
tired.
wouldn't. What?
You get a little bit tired.
Yes. But every now and sometimes I would notice these sorts of things, and I did everything I could to not have that happen, because even though I wasn't super bothered necessarily, I could tell that they thought it was a condescending term. They didn't think highly of that, and that was incredibly stressful because I was desperately trying to figure out everything all at the same time. And to the credit of like a 3-year-old me, I did a great job. I masked so well that my mom did not realize I was masked until I told her a couple of months ago.
Hooray!
Yay!
There are a few.
No, sorry, keep going.
There are a few things that give me greater joy than teaching children concepts that people think are too complicated for them to understand.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
there's a 3-year-old. Actually, no wait, she turned 4 yesterday. Happy birthday,
good
kiddo.
for her.
I've told this story already, probably, maybe not on stream, but we've recently had a thing where she hands me objects and we pretend they're books and I make up a story as I read the book.
Yeah.
Which started because someone handed me a toy car during reading time as a joke as the next book, and I rolled with it. So not only does she remember each and every one of these stories down to which of Charlie the Elephant's ears was red and which one was yellow, like, Maurice the Butterfly story involved migration, and she full on, after I explained to her what that meant, just like accepted that term and started using it as she was telling the story. Like, she took that and was like, okay, I have this now.
Yeah.
Because if you give kids a chance to learn, they'll learn. That's what they're built for.
Yeah, and also, like, I understand not teaching kids some concepts because that is for much later in life, and telling it to them now would ultimately be confusing and a little bit awkward. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't teach them. That doesn't mean that they can't be taught, or that the teaching them is automatically a bad thing or whatever, because that's just objectively untrue.
The whole not telling...
No, keep going.
The whole not telling kids about death thing makes me so mad. Like,
Yeah.
you are completely... Yes, it can be a scary and traumatizing thing, and yes, they are kids and it is hard for them to lift that. But if you tell your child that their pet goldfish went to go live in another pond, you are robbing them of a chance to experience and process grief in a safe environment.
And more than that, if you, for like the majority of your child's childhood, if you refuse to teach them what the healthiest way to grieve is, they aren't gonna freaking know. They won't be able to learn until they suddenly have to grieve something much bigger and much harder to move past than a goldfish or a butterfly or whatever.
Part of having pets as a child, part of what makes them good for children is losing those pets, because you need practice to learn how to grieve as an adult over the things that adults end up grieving about. Like, you can't never give a kid a chance to safely and healthily mourn their goldfish and then expect them to be okay mourning the loss of their parent.
Yeah.
Which is gonna happen eventually. The entire point of parenthood is supposed to prepare a child for the world, not avoid them for as long as possible until they're out of your hair. And like, yes, kids are resilient, and a couple toxic parenting things are generally pretty universal because parents are also not perfect.
And they're also learning how to take care of kids.
Uh-huh.
But at the same time, I'm gonna be real. I feel like you shouldn't become a parent until you've worked with kids for a little bit.
Yes.
Because if you have never in your life properly worked with a child, you've only like seen them or like known people who've had kids or like grew up with siblings, that is not enough to prepare you for the extreme hardships of parenthood.
And knowing how to change a diaper is not the same as knowing how to be a parent. You can have your kid cared for physically perfectly, but that is an entire tiny human brain that exists now.
Yeah, and the thing is, okay, so much of parenting is more than just... So much of it is not just being able to care about your child. It's being able to care for your child's development. Because being a parent is not just, oh, it's achievement unlocked. You have successfully birthed and or adopted a child and therefore now have moved up one tier in the hierarchy of society. It's more than that. It is understanding that this is not just a life. This is a human being who has never experienced the world before, and you get the chance to show them what it is in a kind way. You get the chance, you get the ability to show this brand new human being how the world works and be kind. And then you take that opportunity and you turn it into a flexing competition with, oh yes, you see, my little Timmy, she has 17 Olympic medals and also is training for the decathlon and is only 6 months old. I'm sorry, that is not for your child. That's for you. That's not you trying to care for your child or give them things that they can be passionate about or teach them about winning and losing and how to deal with that properly. That is you gloating about how very cool you are because your kid is so cool. Your kid has Olympic medals. Your kid is doing this or that or the other. That is not about your kid. That's about
That
you.
is about a possession.
Yes.
And the thing about trying to possess humans is it doesn't ever end well.
Yeah. But why do you think a lot of kids with abusive parents stop talking to their parents and learn healthy coping mechanisms outside of the scope of their parents? Because their parents sucked.
Also,
Do you
I
even
think
get tax benefits from having children? I'm not sure. I don't think you do. You get it from marriage, but I don't think you get any tax benefits from kids.
I think also a lot of parents don't really think about how much is going to stick with kids. Especially if you don't have a lot of anxiety and aren't used to that thinking of, oh no, what if this happens? Because, like, even some of the best moms that I know and work with still will sometimes say stuff to their children that horrifies me because, they're too little to understand, but that's the kind of thing that they are going to remember and they are going to think about for the rest of their life. Telling your kid who's having a tantrum and who needs a nap and you're both having a really bad day that sometimes that kid makes you want to kill yourself. That is something that sticks with a kid. That is... You don't just undo that.
My dad, who I love very much, again, one time, I was in the middle of a really, really bad mental and physical health day, and he wanted me to do the dishes, and he was watching over my littlest sibling. I was barely functional. I was having a meltdown. And then, I managed to get myself sort of calm, and I was gonna leave the kitchen. I was going to tell my dad, okay, I just need a few minutes, and then I'm good to go, but it's gonna take me a few minutes. And then he said that I was making him sick, and he just handed me the baby, and he went off to do things. I think about that a lot. I know, he didn't... That's the thing that a lot of parents forget, or, sometimes you just say things and you don't properly mean it, and there's... It just happens, but...
And adults have more practice with understanding that, empathizing with that, and not taking it to heart. But to your child, your word is gospel. And you just told them they were a burden and you regret their existence.
Yep. Life hack. Kids... Oh no, what if this happens your way through life and ultimately decide to avoid many more? Oh no, what if this happens is by not having kids? Yep. See, for me, I don't think, for many reasons, but I don't think that I personally ever want kids. In part because I just don't want to go through the process, because that hurts a lot. But also because physical health issues, and I'm gonna be real, my genetics are not great. I have the worst luck of the draw that is possible. It is a wonder I'm still alive, let's just put it that way. But that's not to discourage anyone else with physical health issues from having kids. That's not my decision to make for you. It's my decision to make for me. And for me personally, I don't think that I want that, because I know what it's like to live with that. And if my kid has what I have, I don't want that. That's just not something that I want to do. But anyway, I also don't think that I want kids because I have a set time where my brain just can't do other people unless it's one or two very highly specific people. Kat, you're one of them. But I can't do anyone, and if I have a kid and I hit that wall, I would not be able to care for them properly. And I hit that wall with kids pretty easily, in part because kids are a lot more high energy than I am, and I thrive on conversations, and that's really hard to have when your baby is a couple months old and your entire body is recovering from turning itself inside out. I don't think I ever want kids for those and other reasons. So even if for like whatever universe exists where this is a reality, even if I do have a partner at some point, I still won't want kids. And that's a decision that I'm okay with. If other people want kids, okay, go for it. Who cares? It's not my decision. But the extreme pressure that hashtag society puts on people, especially women and AFAB people, or just feminine presenting people, just in general, the extreme pressure to have kids and be a successful member of society by becoming mother, I feel like it gets to people a lot more than they realize, because there is... people will have kids within like... They'll genuinely try to have a kid within like 6 months of getting married. And on the one hand, if you want kids and you can handle kids and you've worked with kids and you're like, okay, this is definitely something I want, no problem. Like really, I'm just glad you're starting off now, I guess. Like, go off, whatever. But if you aren't, if you're just doing it because, oh, it's just what you do, that is ultimately going to make you and potentially your partner or your marriage, and especially your relationship with that kid, so much harder and so much more difficult. Because if you aren't prepared for children, you're not going to be prepared for children.
And like there is no such thing as being ready to have a kid, because nothing is going to prepare you for having a tiny human being who is completely dependent on you for everything 24/7. But there is parents never really actually learn how to parent. They make it up as they go along and hope their kids don't need too much therapy. But there is a lot of value in maybe understanding what it's like to be around a child before you have one, who you then are expected to be around constantly.
You know what baffles me? People who say, "Oh, I don't like kids," or whatever, and then they become parents, like willingly, like they chose that. It wasn't an accident. They intentionally became a parent, despite constantly complaining about how they don't like parents or kids. Sorry. My dear person of unspecified gender, what? But why would you do this? Literally, why would you do this to yourself? But also, why would you do that to your kid? If your whole, like, shtick, if your whole personality at parties or whenever you get drunk or whenever you play truth or dare or whatever is, oh, I don't want kids, or not even I don't want kids, I just don't like kids, and then you have kids, what is the point? Because you are literally breeding misery.
Also,
like keep going, sorry.
What was my train of thought? Yeah. Bit of a controversial take that I'm about to say. I mean, no offense to anyone. I am fine with people who say they don't like kids. I take issue with people who say they hate kids.
Yeah.
Because there is a difference there, because don't like means that you recognize that you are the kind of person who does not get enjoyment from this. Hate means you actively think that no children should exist. You wish harm upon them generally. And just because you don't like something doesn't mean it's wrong that that thing exists.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean it's okay to resent it for existing.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
can stay
here's an
away from
example.
kids all you want, but they didn't do anything to you.
Here's a great example. I don't like spiders. I don't like bugs or insects just in general. I simply do not vibe with them. However, I also recognize that they are important to like ecosystems and environments, and some people really like bugs, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But even saying I hate bugs is not inherently a bad thing. However, attempting to annihilate all bugs just because they exist and you don't like them is not the way to go. Because it's like the Yellowstone wolves problem. Wolves had a lot of anti-wolf propaganda for a while there, and it only very recently started to roll back. And even then, you will still have people avidly, like absolutely convinced that wolves should be literally exterminated. Why? I don't know.
There is not a single thing on Earth that it should be your decision specifically whether it is allowed to live and continue to do its thing.
Yeah.
Generally, like, I'm sure there are exceptions and stuff, but like, it's not your business.
Yeah.
What right does anyone have to be the arbitrator of life and death for anyone or anything else?
Yeah.
I feel like we've strayed slightly from our topic.
Kids with anthills.
And also, again, kids with anthills. Kids can be terrifyingly cruel, and they can be taught how to be incredibly kind because they mirror what they see in others. And
Also, the thing is, kids don't really. A lot of the time, kids don't understand what is cruel by themselves because they don't know the rules of the universe yet. For me, I will literally start crying if I have to kill a spider, in part because a spider, but also in part because I just killed something, so I'm potentially slightly exempt from that. So some kids do understand inherently, but not all kids do. And implying that kids can only I don't know how to explain it. Being taught kindness is a very important part of growing up. And I don't just mean that in the sense of, oh, yes, you must grow old and be kind. I mean that, like, learning that the universe can be kind is so fundamental to understanding your place in it.
mm-hmm.
Learning that people and even like nature can inherently just do good things is so very important in understanding the world at large. And I feel like it's really de-emphasized now because, let's be real, a lot of things are on fire. But just because there's a forest fire doesn't mean that the wetlands stopped existing. How does you get what you get and you don't get upset factor into this?
That's
Potentially.
stupid.
I have never liked that, in part because it was almost exclusively my siblings who told that to me, and it was always when I was upset, but whenever someone said that to them when they were upset, they got really mad, and they'd be passive-aggressive for days.
I got told, guess what, life ain't fair a lot, and it always rang cool because because to me, life should have been fair. Life should be fair, and everything you do in life ought to probably be working towards making it more fair, right? Like, that just makes sense. Why would you ever willingly choose to make something unfair for someone else? That is where I get my slightly ancient Greek sense of justice from.
See, I think another thing about that is that there's sort of this sentiment that it's almost petty. It's not almost, it's just straight up petty, but there's this really petty sort of idea that because someone, the person telling you get what you get, you don't get upset, for example. The person telling you that because they had to go through something unfair, therefore you have to as well. Is that not inherently trying to make things more fair? Is that not by itself, like, because, am I wrong? Is that not trying to make the universe more balanced by saying, because I went through this, you have to as well? Is that not attempting to make things quote-unquote fair?
So, Wits, the way I'm using fair here and the general way I conceptualize it is, the things that you can't control can't be controlled, but if that means that someone else is hurting because of it, it's kind of your responsibility to do what you can to compensate for the parts that you can't control. Like, as a very general rule, because this is a super circumstantial thing, human kindness is being like, hey, this thing that is out of control was not fair. You did not deserve this. And so I am going to try to fix it. Just kind of that sense of ultimately, if you are hurting someone else, then that hurt deserves to be undone if possible, repented of if possible, accounted for if possible. Like, taking it back to work. If you take someone's toy...
Yeah, please. Sorry, no, keep going.
If you take someone's toy, and you didn't ask, you have to give it back. If it gets more complicated than that, if you took it because they said they only wanted it for a minute and then didn't give it back, blah, 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 blah. The end goal is not treating one person better or worse than another. Or not treating their life and their needs as more important than someone else's, I guess. Because regardless of how I feel about a person, they have inherent worth as a human being.
Yeah, I think fair is by itself the idea that all variables accounted for, things should be relatively good for both sides of an issue.
I felt down.
Oh, okay. I was like, are you laughing at me?
and it's complicated, and at this point, I at least am mostly just spitballing and not really paying attention to the words coming out of my mouth, which could get me in trouble. But, I guess at the end of the...
Sorry, keep going.
At the end of the day, I think if we all were like, I don't know, 5% less focused on ourselves and how we can get the best end of the stick, life might be considerably better.
Yeah, I...
Everybody's so self-focused. And I get the culture and I get where that comes from, but I fundamentally don't understand how that brings you more joy than taking care of something else that needs it instead.
I don't like the phrase "my truth." I don't like it because on the one hand, I'm glad that you have your story and whatever, but there's a difference between your story and a version of reality that only you believe in. Like, people will get really upset if you have a different sort of idea of what truth looks like on any given situation. And again, I understand it's natural to be upset when you feel like someone is like deliberately lying or whatever. But there's a difference between that and only my way of thinking is the right way of thinking because it's my truth, not yours. It feels like a really self-centered sort of idealism, and I don't like it. It does not vibe.
Wits, I think it's possible to be self-focused in a way that doesn't directly negatively, like that doesn't cause problems. It is also possible to be self-focused in a way that ignores problems that could be fixed or makes problems worse. And in some ways that is an unkindness. And everybody is kind of, on their own for deciding when is a lack of focus on others something that is morally, ethically, sociologically wrong. More of my problem comes when someone ignores clear needs of another being to focus on how they can use that being or how that being can be commodified for them instead. Like, exotic pet trade. Nobody...
Yeah.
It is so unethical. It is bad for wild populations. It is bad for the animals you bring into your home because they are wild animals. It is awful for ecosystems. It's awful for people. It's just bad all around.
Especially since the people selling the exotic animals very rarely actually give any information on how to properly take care of them, which means that people will just abandon the exotic pet whenever
which then makes everything worse.
It's just... It's very self-serving in the worst way.
Like, you are taking another living creature and going, my need to feel powerful and like, a mighty jungle conqueror is more important than the health and well-being of this creature. A lot of that is perpetuated by media, honestly. Like, you do not pet a big cat. You don't touch a wild animal. Just, no. Stop. Stop it. You are not special. That is a wild animal, and that is how you lose a hand.
Yeah, there's also the whole, like... I'm gonna be real, I think most of this comes from very specifically the 1800s, we'll call it jungle expansion because that makes it sound like a quirky little video game bonus rather than colonialism. But anyway, I think a lot of this sort of attitude toward specifically exotic animals and exotic pets comes from the 1800s and that sort of era of expansion where people just decided that, oh, I have the right and the need to go into this area that is not mine and has never been intended for me and I'm going to make everything in it mine because I want it.
And if I want it, that automatically means that I should have it.
Yeah, it's...
Because there's nothing more important than what I want at this specific moment.
And then they'll change their minds, like, oh, I don't like this little jungle creature that was never ever meant to be tamed, so I'm just going to let it loose in suburbia because it's too much trouble to keep, or I'm going to just straight up kill it because I can do that and not even bother about the ethics of what I'm doing because it's just a stupid animal. And it's... yeah.
Also,
on the one hand, 7 Rings is a bop, but on the other hand,
Disney movies additionally do not help with this. Like,
yeah.
I adore Encanto, but I really wish that they hadn't given Antonio a leopard as his best friend pet steed ride. Because yes, if you can talk to animals, good for you. No one should ever be close enough to a big cat to pet it. Never, ever. I don't care that it looks like a cute, fuzzy little friend. Don't. Just
also,
don't.
I feel like stories and whatnot where having characters interact, specifically positively interact, with really, really scary predatory animals, like predators, like big cats or whatever. Stories like that can only really work if it's in a reality so far removed from our own, and the creature is so far removed from our own perception of creatures like that, that there is no mistaking the understanding that this isn't real.
Mm-hmm. And like I love animal taming stories. Give me more Horse Girl, but the horse is a dragon, or that weird alien creature. Fantastic.
How did you Dragon is just a Dragon Girls horse movie?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyway, but again, coming back to the education of children thing, part of raising a child is also teaching them the healthy limits and what is fictional about animals. Like, there is virtually no occasion. I feel like people don't really realize this a lot of the time. No occasion in which you should be touching a wild animal. Ever.
Yeah.
If it needs moved, you call an expert. If it needs saved, you call an expert. You do not pull a raccoon out of a sewer gutter. You do not... I mean, I guess maybe moving things across the road, but like, that is a wild animal. It can and will mess you up because it is used to fighting for its life.
Yeah, moreover,
it's gonna give you diseases.
Whatever language you're speaking, it might, at very best case scenario, it was absolute best case scenario, it has existed around humans long enough to get the vibe of what specific words generally can possibly mean, and it won't immediately destroy you because you stand within 8 feet.
Also,
sorry, keep going.
Animals are incredibly intelligent, yes. They do not operate by human moral systems. Yeah. There is no, I like this person, I owe this person, so I will not eat them. There is no cruelty in a wild animal attacking. That is just what it does.
There is when it's a chimpanzee.
Okay, apes are excluded because I kind of hate apes.
I do not like chimpanzees or apes at all. They are the worst because they're some of the few animals that understand what cruelty and evil are, and then they willingly partake in it because it brings them joy. I don't like them.
They have enough human level intelligence to recognize an incredibly rudimentary understanding of right and wrong, and they do not have enough human-like development to do good things with that knowledge.
They do, though. They do. They just choose not
They
to.
choose not to.
It's part of the choice. They understand what the other options are, but they don't want to do those because they don't care to. They're the worst. Anyway.
Also, I would like parents to teach their children how to deal with service animals. Like, that's a relatively basic thing among all of the other, parental failures prevalent in our society. But my aunt was a naturalist. She taught me when I was in preschool, large kind of across the board animal body language, especially with dogs and canids, and when you do not get any closer to the snarling dog. And one of the basic rules of my childhood was, if a dog has a working vest, you don't touch it. Sounds pretty intuitive, right?
You would think so.
Apparently it's not, because apparently for some people no one ever bothered to explain that touching the working dog makes it hard for the dog to do its job. It's uncomfortable for everybody involved. If the doggy is on the clock, you need to ask for permission, and if you don't get it, you shut up and deal with it.
It's like drinking when you're at work. There are some very, very highly specific circumstances where it is okay to take that shot of whiskey while you're working. However, outside of those very highly specific circumstances, you do not take the shot of whiskey because you are working. And taking that shot of whiskey is not going to help you work, which is the best case scenario here, because at the very least you'll be able to get home and complain about your job faster. I think, bro, the amount of people who go up and are like, OMG, can I pet? Yeah, I have been attempting to get a service assistance dog for a while now, but they're expensive. I did some research, and apparently the biggest frustration among service assistants pet owners is people will just decide that the dog or the animal or whatever is completely okay to pet because they want to pet the animal, and that immediately distracts the animal, and it can take 15 minutes to a half hour to get them back into the mindset of assisting, which can be, for some people, literally the difference between life and death. So I feel like, yes, service assistance animals are very cute and very brave, and it's very sweet. However,
make better life choices.
Yeah, they're on the clock, and you are potentially endangering someone's life because you want to pet the dog.
It is not that hard to teach a child, we don't pet the doggy right now because it's working. Kids will respect that, but not if,
honestly,
you never bother to teach that to your kids because you don't even know or care. Because, again, self-focused. Your desire to pet the dog is more important than anything else the dog could be doing or any harm you could cause.
Yeah, and also, if... just... The idea... Here's the thing. Kids will sometimes have, meltdowns or throw tantrums about things because they don't understand the inherent dichotomy of whatever they ask, right? So they don't understand that no, you can't have ice cream right now because we're gonna have dinner right now, and I want you to not be hungry. I want you to be hungry at the very least, so you eat all your dinner and you aren't hungry in the middle of the night, which would be unfortunate for you, and it'd be unfortunate for everybody else because it would make it harder for us to continue knowing that you're hungry. That, to a kid, can sometimes feel incredibly unfair because they want the thing and it doesn't. The idea that they'd somehow quote unquote spoil their dinner, it doesn't make sense because I'm still going to eat the dinner. I am not motivated by the treat. I am motivated by the fact I'm hungry. Why would you tell me that I'm going to spoil my dinner when I'm going to eat it anyway? Honestly, this is just my best guess as to why people say don't spoil your dinner, because like I don't understand it. But
part of it is the kid will be hyper through the entire meal then, and they won't be able to sit still. And some people place enormous amounts of value on their child sitting in their seat still for the entire duration of dinner.
Also, like, I understand, because when you're tired, especially if it's at the end of the day and it's dinner time and you're exhausted, or you just came home from work and you just like played with your kid for a while and you're really tired and you just want them to sit so you can eat your dinner and then they can go to bed and you can have your alone time and then you can go to bed. I understand that part of it. But there's a difference between that and straight up like making up an entire reality so your kid does what you want, even though it's making your kid unhappy and confused. Like, again, if you're tired or you've had a long day and you know you're not necessarily in the best headspace to parent, so you just want the kid to chill out and then go to bed, and then you can have a little recharge time, and then you go to bed, and then tomorrow or whatever you'll feel better so you can do whatever else. I understand that. But like, if it's just a regular day, I also understand the idea that you don't want them building the habit of eating sweets or treat things before dinner, because then the idea of dessert is sort of flipped on its head, and since dessert is sort of a social norm, that would be a little odd, right? I understand that as well, but why invent an entire rule that doesn't even make sense? If you're gonna make something up, at least let it have internal consistency. Marvel. But like, geez, guys. Those parents who make up horror stories to get their kids to do things, yeah. I don't like that at all. But like, I don't like that at all, because making up a fun game to get your kid to do something makes sense, because then it puts the chore or whatever in a much more positive light. So even if in the future you aren't in the mood to make up the game or play the game again, they can still sort of play by themselves for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. You're modeling a good behavior and a coping mechanism. Yeah,
and one of the games that actually I played with my younger siblings, because I want things to be clean, in part because it's just me, but also in part because I like cleaning, and also in part because haha OCD. But I want things to be clean, but also I can't do things a lot of the time. So a game that we invented was it's kind of like red light, green light, except I would lie down on like my bed or the sofa or whatever, and I'd pretend to be a creature or a dragon or a troll. Sometimes it was Smaug from The Hobbit, or Smaug, or however you say his name. But I'd lie down and I'd pretend to close my eyes, or I'd turn my back, and they had to clean stuff really fast while I was turned away. And then when I turned back, I'd be suspicious. But also, the only times where the game would be negative for them was if I spotted them, so they had to hide whenever I turned around. this was useful because I could not function, so I couldn't actually play a proper game, and I couldn't really interact with them because I had no energy, but I could do some small things to keep things entertaining, and the room was getting cleaned.
When I was a kid, I would decide that there was a tornado coming and all of my stuffed animals needed to make disaster preparations, and that was how I got into cleaning my room without hating every minute of it. My stuffed animals would have very worried conversations from their storm bunker while, you know, the tornado cleaned everything up. I was an interesting child.
I keep forgetting that we're like the same person. Because I never had the tornado thing, but I had okay, so it wasn't technically a game. I would just organize things, and I found I for some reason I just siblings would not bother me when I was just organizing things, because what if I asked them to help me clean? So I was just completely by myself. So I would enter the zone where I would just have like my stuffed animals or my characters would just have conversations in my head as I did things, and it was very helpful. Yeah. And like for the longest time I hated doing the dishes, but then I discovered that not only will people not bother me, but also if I put on music, I have complete silence by myself and I can just do whatever. I can think about whatever. I can make up universes in my head, and it's very relaxing. So I really feel like kids should be taught more games in relation to things that I have to do.
Oh, they are being taught games. Mobile games. There are only so many times you can watch a kid start playing what is clearly emulated from a trashy mobile game before you start to just get kind of really sad.
I don't want to go off on a long rant about that because inevitably I'll just get stressed, but like it makes me very upset that everyone is so focused on what they want nowadays that they don't seem to think about what other people need, and they especially don't think about what these literal actual still forming humans they are watching over need.
Well, of course and not. They're just dumb kids. Give them a Go-Gurt and they'll be fine.
Worst. Anyway.
You know, we used to be a while ago talking about, dog annoyances. Freaking wolf dogs make me so upset.
Yeah.
Of all these stupid ideas you could have had, you decided on that one, and then you brought it to a crowded public place and let children pet it?
Yeah.
You don't need that. The wolf dog doesn't need that. The wolf population doesn't need that. You don't need that. Everyone else doesn't need that. Just get a freaking husky.
Honestly, huskies and like, I guess German shepherds are like some of, because the thing is, what a lot of people don't ever freaking think about or realize is that, dogs like huskies and German shepherds, really, they need stimuli, right? They need to be entertained, they need a job, they need something to do, and that they will be phenomenally behaved dogs. It's like an ADHD brain. Here's your hyperfixation, and now it's homework time. Like,
working dogs need work.
Yeah.
It is not fair or ethical to have a working dog and expect it to be fine with little to no activity.
Yeah, and the thing that kills me is that people, it feels like they do zero research on the animals that they are taking care of.
Of course, it's just a dumb animal. Why would that matter?
It's the quite frankly absurd. I would use other words, but I don't swear. It's the stupidest kind of self-absorbed assumption about not only your capabilities, but the understanding level of an animal that you quite frankly don't know yet. You haven't adopted them yet. You don't know if this specific German Shepherd or whatever is going to be really impatient because it has a lot more of a focus issue. Like, it just straight up has ADHD, because you can get animals with similar neurological disorders.
My cousin's dog and ours together, we ended up with the ADHD one and the one with anxiety.
Yeah.
That we managed to get the dogs with ADHD and anxiety.
Yeah. Just like the focus on aesthetic. Yes, this pet looks nice, so I will get it regardless of if I know how to take care of it. Yeah, it's self-serving irresponsibility. It's the idea that because you like it and because you didn't think it all the way through, it's not even just the best idea, but it's the one you like the most, and therefore it's the idea that is clearly the one that should happen all the time. Or it's clearly the one that you think is good, and therefore it must be good. There is no reality where it can't be good because you didn't do any frickin' research.
And on the topic of aesthetics, everything about the fashion industry, everything about it, everything about textiles in general, the entire concept that,
especially fast fashion, because
the entire concept,
my family is pretty low income. We're working our way up, but it's taken pretty much my entire life to get here, and we're still struggling. Fast fashion is sometimes the only way I can get clothes, period, because I can't afford a properly priced, actually good quality thing. It's the paradox of being poor, where like a rich guy can spend $50 on boots and be fine, but a poor person doesn't have those $50 to spare, so they get $10 boots, and then they have to repair the boots like constantly, or get new ones because they can't afford repairs, because that's skilled labor and it costs a lot of money. It is really hard to actually get up in the economy, and it's not like inherently by design or anything. It's just that nice things that should be paid in full price for, right? This person worked like 100 hours to make this really nice sweater out of really expensive, very high quality materials that were all ethically sourced. Why should they sell that for less money than they need or than it's worth? Unless they have the luxury of being able to sell that and still make a profit and sell it for less than it's worth and still be able to sustain themselves, that is the worst kind of business model. Not because, it's not profitable, but because they need to live too.
And we have the simultaneous problems of people underpaying creatives and normal people not being able to pay for anything.
Yeah. And
also,
no, keep going, sorry.
The societal expectation that part of life is putting yourself into deep debt to get through college so you can get a job is stupid, and I hate it.
My grand life plan that I haven't told my parents yet because I don't think they'll like it, but my grand life plan is to wait until I have enough money set aside and I am successful enough and secure enough in my financial stability to be able to pay off 60 to 70% of any any like major loan that I would need for the entirety of my stay at college. And then I will go to college, because if I don't have the money for that, I'm not doing it. Hold on. I'm back.
Hello
A
back,
sibling
I'm
has
Kat.
brought me. A sibling has brought me potatoes, Brussels sprouts, and sausage. Very good.
I was waiting for the tone.
The real life tone indicators of very good or I hate it.
I really wish it was more accepted in like professional and adult spaces to use tone indicators, because I think a lot of the adults in my life could use them.
Yeah. Every now and then I'll like be
You get a little bit tired.
Yes. I'll be talking with my family or whatever, and I'll have to like stop myself from using a tone indicator or saying genuinely or like I'm just joking, because they would not get it. The amount of times I've had to delete a tone indicator from an email, yeah. The pain is real.
The struggle is real.
Yeah, like you just have to hope and pray that they understood that your request for more work was actually just you being sarcastic. Like, yeah, no, sure, Captain Dave could totally give me 17 more assignments. I'm sure that'll make me much better at all the ones I'm doing right now. The worst part is when they know that you were being sarcastic, but because you didn't specifically say haha joking, they're like, well, you asked for it. And they're all smug about it because they know, and you have to suddenly you are the one scrabbling for an explanation, even though they are the one who is supposed to give it to you. Whatever. If it's just in jest, like just, yeah, sure, give me more work, that'll make me much more efficient at stuff. And they're like, yes, sure, 17 more assignments. If it's like a mutual back and forth kind of thing, that's all fine. It's very funny. But when people try to use your assumption that they understand as an excuse to do the thing you were asking them not to do, it's the worst.
Yep.
So now that we've dissected half of the problems with parenting in our modern age,
Let's see, what else can we be stressed about?
well, a lot of things, really, but
You're so right.
at some point, and like whenever is it possible, I really want to try and start streaming, like just doing art. But I don't think I have the Wi-Fi for it or the PC, because just like doing Discord streams where I'm like, yes, I will do the minimum frame rate and the minimum resolution for people watching the movies. Even those will like completely lag out when it's like a DVD that I'm playing or whatever. and I don't think that my computer could handle Twitch streaming. At the very
But
least,
someday
my
you will
internet
have
can't.
those things, and then I will raid you.
Yes. I will very specifically VC during your stream to advertise mine, and then I will leave. and then I'll like leave in the middle of the stream, or like 15 minutes before you end, and I'll be like, "Hey guys, we're just starting." Cat, you're raiding me? I'm so surprised.
Amazing.
I have so many plans, and none of them have yet come to fruition. It's very sad.
But like, when you think about it, a lot of our, one day we're gonna be YouTubers plans have sort of, in one way or another, happened, and I think about that sometimes.
Like which ones?
Well, like, having a community, albeit one made of like 20 people.
Oh yeah.
We made it. We are on a stream talking, and
Hey, look what
At
I
least-
made.
exactly. At least a few times, the fact that we are on a stream talking has made someone stay better.
Yeah.
We did it. 2019 us would be so proud.
I'm gonna be real. I'm really proud of 2019 us already. And I am especially proud of 2019 us for like continuing to exist so that we can be 2022 us.
Yes. I'm proud of them, and I think they'd be proud of us.
Yeah.
I can always talk about how, if I was ever big enough to have a Discord server, I'd want to have a channel where I could, like, do self-care reminders or, like, little encouraging things.
Yeah.
And I do. I have that. It's small. I'm not rich and famous. I'm not joining the Dream SMP anytime soon, but in one way or another... You're so right.
I feel like every now and then you need a bit of an ego boost. Because you forget that you're very good.
And then I can just remember that Nikki Nihichu called me cute once.
Exactly.
Side though, the perception of self-confidence as vanity is something that annoys me greatly.
Yeah. Also, like, the idea that you can only be a confident and assured person, especially if you're AFAB, if you are pretty and or have a boyfriend/husband. Like, you can only be confident after you've checked those 100% definitely totally mandatory life boxes.
Also, just I don't think people hear this enough. You don't owe it to anyone to be attractive in any way, shape, or form. Like, that is not someone's due. You are not failing the world by not looking your best.
Yeah.
They don't get that. It's... You do not exist to be consumed.
Yeah, your existence is not dependent on other people approving of how you look, whether or not you chose to look like that.
And so, like, even if, you're rejecting conventional femininity and blah, 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 and you're writing this instead, you still aren't... You still don't exist to be consumed by others. Even if you're rocking the abandoning societal beauty issues. Doesn't matter. You don't like, there's this pressure even with kind of alternative living, where, you know, if you're gonna do this thing, you should also do this because you'll look better.
Yeah,
And
or like, you like somehow, even if you're like doing the no makeup and no shaving and whatever, you have to display it. Otherwise, you're somehow bad and not actually subverting societal expectations. So you actually aren't being your true, authentic self and really beautiful just the way you are.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, beautiful just the way you are assumes that the end goal still has to be beautiful. And it doesn't. Congratulations, you are not failing anyone by knowing you could do something differently and look better and not doing that thing.
Yeah.
Like, you
And
could
you also-
know that
No, keep going. Sorry.
you could know that you say look better in more fitted clothes than baggier ones. You don't owe it to anyone to wear more fitted clothes because you will look better in them. You owe it to yourself to wear whatever clothes you heckin' want. Disclaimer, as long as they're not harmful to yourself or others.
Like, as the idea that you have to wear what makes you look good is inherently flawed. Because if you have to wear, if you are morally obligated to wear only things that make you look good, where exactly does days where you can't look good fit into that?
Well, those are the
Like,
days
days
that you're
where-
failing, obviously.
Well, the thing is, like, people who can't, like, literally can't, for whatever reason, wear tight-fitted clothes or wear clothes that quote-unquote make them look good, they're not lesser than. Like, for example, corsets are not inherently evil or anything, obviously, as I have said many times, but I'll say it again. Corsets are not bad. The problem is not the corset, the problem is what you do with it. But also, some people can't wear corsets because of spinal issues or breathing issues or whatever, because the corsets don't actually restrict your breathing, it's just the way that you're breathing, and that can be a sensory issue for some people, and that's totally okay. Like, no one's obligated to wear a corset in modern society. no one really cares if you wear a corset in modern society. But there's different, some people can't wear that, right? But that doesn't make them bad. It doesn't make them somehow lesser for not literally altering, like, squishing the little fat area around their gut and making them look like they have a slimmer waist. That does not make them bad or evil or lesser than. Just like not wearing super tight-fitted clothes that constantly reveal your bust area, that also doesn't make you bad. It's completely fine to wear clothes and whatnot that you're just comfortable in.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't wear whatever the beauty standard is, that's also okay.
And sometimes comfortable does look like knowing that you are attractive by conventional standards. Sometimes
Yeah.
it is comfortable to know that you are looking your heavy air quotes best, because that can be a form of protection and armor and masking at times. But
The thing is, for me, for a really long time, I felt guilty at ever thinking that I looked nice. Because the idea that I thought it looked nice, somehow, it didn't necessarily make me bad so much as it made me, vain or like, selfish.
self-confidence and vanity are not the same thing.
Yeah.
And we
it
should teach more kids
took me a really-
that.
The thing is, I like how I look, for example, in, like, leggings and whatever. But also, I am the most comfortable in leggings. That's just what I like to wear. I haven't really worn skirts for most of my life, in part because the idea of, I guess, conforming to the society's standards for what women should look like was really stressful. We don't
Gee,
have
I
time
wonder
to get
why.
into all that. But like, I didn't want. I wanted to wear dresses to a degree, but also it was kind of stressful because fun, awesome reasons. But like, it took me until like the last couple of years to actually start thinking about not just what I was comfortable in, but what I wanted to wear, what I wanted to look like. Because it's okay to have insecurities. Being insecure is not inherently like a failing. It's just being insecure. And people's insecurities change with time.
Like the tides
Like,
of the ocean.
exactly.
At least I think. Or am I Dashcon?
But, people's insecurities change, and everybody changes. Having insecurities is not the problem, but refusing to give yourself space to understand what those mean and why you're insecure about that is not a good thing, because it's making you internalize a lot of really unhealthy and unhelpful ideas about should and not are.
Mm-hmm. I love Cat and Ink's Society's Bork podcast hour.
Yes. Thank you for having me. It's truly an honor to be here. Thank you so much. Subscribe to my Twitch. Don't please. I don't stream. Stop! Don't do it.
Go subscribe to her Twitch anyway. Ink Supremacy.
No. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you. Actually, Kat, I feel like we could just at some point we need to like actually consider podcast, because then it would just be an excuse for us to sit down and talk for like 3 hours, and then we get to record it and monetize it.
We just kind of have a podcast as a friendship.
Yeah, I think it's just because we are very comfortable around each other, so we're like, hey, you know that time when I was incredibly insecure and all of these things, and here's a deep social reading of that context, and we're just like, yeah.
Yeah. I'm so excited for the day that someone somewhere makes a Cat and wholesome / funny moments compilation. It's gonna happen eventually.
I really want it to happen, which sounds kind of weird, but like...
And like, we could do it ourselves, but where's the fun in that?
Yeah, like it's fun to... this is gonna sound a little bit weird, but I actually like... I kind of like listening back to recordings of me talking. And it's not because like I like my voice or anything. It's mostly because I've never really like vibed with a lot of stuff that's just me, and I don't mean vibed like, oh, I don't like it, but like it's felt kind of detached from me. Like, I'm me, but then also there's the masking me. And the masking me has been quote-unquote me for so very long that my voice is now part of the not actually me club. So while I'm talking, it's like, okay, yeah, I'm just talking, but we're listening to it back. I'm like, oh, wow, that is me.
Like, again, call it vanity. I think it's probably something pretty universal for content creators. Like, I want to be setting a good example and being a force of good in the world, and I am proud of the ends to that goal, which I have already achieved. Like,
Yeah.
I like you and your sense of humor and you as a person, and most days I like myself and my sense of humor and me as a person, mostly. And
Yeah.
I guess there's the desire to be an example, to be looked at as, hey, they're doing it right, because look at us go, we're doing it right.
Yeah, and I think also there's whatever like information or like little understanding that we have that's not common knowledge is something that we really want to share, and whatever we want to talk about it, because it's either stuff that we're interested in or it's stuff that we think needs to be discussed or acknowledged more often.
I want to be the kind of person who would have made 13-year-old me's life better.
Yeah.
I want to be the kind of person that she could have looked up to. And, like, some of the YouTubers I watched when I was a young teen are responsible for a huge part of how I see the world and my mannerisms, because content creators are incredibly influential, especially when you're a kid.
Yeah.
And honestly, a large part of my desire to be a content creator and ever have that kind of platform at all is I want to be that for somebody.
Yeah. And like very specifically, well, I have a lot of people who like influenced me, but I think very specifically some of the biggest content creators who factored into that equation or whatever were Jaden Animations and the Overly Sarcastic Productions YouTube channel, specifically Red. Because it's stuff I was already interested in, like animation and art and mythology and stories and fairy tales and that kind of thing. And I wasn't necessarily a kid when I first started watching like Overly Sarcastic Productions, for example, but being aware that there were other people who were interested in the same things I was, to such a degree that they had like a following, no matter how small it was. When I think they had like 2, maybe 300,000 subscribers when I first found them. I don't remember, but it meant a lot, because it wasn't just this thing that I had, it was this thing that I could enjoy. Like, I was allowed to enjoy it somehow. Like, because the thing is, my family is really not interested in the vast majority of the things I'm interested in. Case in point, Pride and Prejudice. But the vast majority of my interest in that came from storytelling and the desire to figure out how storytelling worked, because in part I was figuring out how people worked, and figuring out how to tell stories was therefore figuring out how to be entertaining. So even if I wasn't operating within the social norm, I could be telling stories. So that was a fun realization that I had literally just now. Anyway, but understanding that the things that I like can be things that not only other people like, but can be helpful or make other people happy, was a really big part of me wanting to do stuff like this. Because I've wanted to do like commissions and make a YouTube channel and make a streaming channel, although that one's more recent, for a really long time. But I've been thinking about how best I could do that for forever, because it wasn't just about being on YouTube or whatever. It was about, really, it was about self-expression, but I wasn't gonna admit that to anyone. But it is, I don't know. I'm gonna stop rambling before I go on for 20 minutes.
But I love your 20-minute rambles.
Oh, thank you. But it's just, figuring out not just that I wanted to create things, but that I wanted other people to enjoy what I created. Well, obviously, but I wanted them to enjoy what I created because it was something good or helpful, or it made someone happy. Like it improved someone's day, or it expanded what they could think about, or like writing, for example. I, for whatever reason, probably because I thoroughly examined stories growing up, I have always had a knack for storytelling. And apparently, this is unusual for most people, because of all of the writing classes and conferences that I've somehow managed to sneak into. That's a joke. It's mostly just like I would win a contest, or there'd be like a free writing class at the library or whatever. I didn't actually sneak in any of them. I'm too lawful good. I just
We should have done that sometime. We need to sneak into something somewhere. Do you think we could crash a party if we were dressed fancy enough?
We crash party in our cryptid, strange pattern 18th century outfits.
Yes. Who's gonna ask us to leave if they're too intimidated to talk to us?
Yes.
Life
Also, we
hacks.
bring snacks. We bring
Yes.
snacks. Yeah.
And we eat them like
Anyway.
directly next to the hors d'oeuvres table.
Yes. we bring snacks, and when someone's like, "Hey, here, what you eating?" we can just look them dead in the eye and say like random garbage or whatever. Not like actually say random garbage, but we could. But
Hold
like,
on, I gotta switch out my headphones so you can keep talking, but I won't be able to hear you.
oh, okay. Everyone.
Ink, what are you saying? Are you committing crimes? Did you commit crimes? Yes, you. Not me. Then who? I think so. It's doing the thing again. Let me see if I can fix it via Discord. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, I should end stream soon. Did that help? No, it did not. You know what? I was gonna try to finish this section of the dome, but given technical difficulties and the fact that it's midnight, I think I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you for coming to the stream, everybody. Have fun storming the castle. Think it'll work. It'll take a miracle. Drink water. Stay safe. You're important. Ink, do you have anything you want me to pass on to them? Ink says sub with Prime. Also, you're very important, and, loved and valuable and valid. Yes. Love y'all / parasocial. You know what? Rating somebody's too much emotional energy. Or, You know what? We'll go raid Joe Hills. And if my cousin is watching the stream, then I will just die inside slightly. Because he is an avid Joe Hills watcher. And one time he was there when I raided. Anyway, the words of drink water. See you Wednesday, probably. Thank you, Ink, for being here. Love you. Love y'all. Chat / parasocial, mostly. Good night. Ink says good night.